Wow. Poppin' gamers. It's art time. It's the time for the arts and the crafts. Wait. I got a few new plugins set up. Oh, is this loud? I don't know if this is loud. It's not loud, we're good. But yeah, I got a few plugins set up on OBS, so now I can play audio. I can now listen to clicking music without having to mute everything. That's pretty good. In fact, I'll open that up now. I have it. No ads or anything. Oh, and I got me some hot cocoa. Some scrumptious cocoa. Let's see. Or yeah, I have no clue what I'm drawing today, but I have new-ish ideas. Don't know. See if this starts. I'm just double checking something. Testing, testing. Beep bop boop bop 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 beep bop bop. Awesome, we're good. Alright, work time. Excuse me, microphone. My drawing glove is behind you. Oh my god. One, two. Notif? Oh, yeah. Oh boy, okay. Time to look at my 3D models and see what ideas I can think of. Character list. Ready. Yeah. I don't know what I did. Yep. That was a weird fucking lag spike. Let's do. I don't know if anyone I want to do. Wait. Is there anything on my to draw list? That's a good question. Nope, can't draw that on Twitch. Okay, I have one thing in my. Clip Studio, are you okay? My Clip Studio is being a bit odd. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna turn open and close Clip Studio real fast. It's no longer doing what it was doing. Yum. I have an idea. I have a fan art idea. That's their character. That character that short compared. Oh, why are you clipping into the floor, model? Only a head shorter. Posing the model has to be the most annoying part. Like, okay, we only need like headshot-ish for my idea that I want to do. Ah, why do I have to? Why is the axis for moving like so low? Now, why do I have to like scroll all the way down here just to? So strange. Oh god, the fucking. I like how the arms stay in place whenever I move shit. Oh wait, I need a primitive for the snout. This in the same layer. Why is it on the same layer? Clip Studio. Why? Put it on the same layer. What are you doing? Is that correct? Because it's actually on the right layer now. I suppose I should update the subject topic. What? There we go. Come on. No. Grab the thing I'm hovering over, please. There we go. No, I don't like how this looks already. I'm just gonna restart the entire model. Back to normal size. There we go. Getting somewhere. The entire low body is going to be hidden on this, so I shouldn't have to worry about that. Maybe I should move the hands forward some to make it look like it's a like the whisper slash sort of yell kind of thing. Because this one looks like she's just touching her cheeks. Hello, biggest man. How are you doing? How are you? And I'm just setting up some 3D model references for the piece I'm about to do. I'm not falling for that, dude. That's such an easy ligma. Everyone knows about that ligma. Oh shit. Hmm. Let me rotate them back to this kind of angle. Makes posing a lot easier. Gotta put a thing, a primitive over here. Well, I guess they're gone. Why did my music stop? Yes, YouTube, I only listen to like one song. Why would I want to stop listening? Yeah, oops. There we go. Did I just receive a Twitter? Oh, hi. What's up? Yeah. Yeah. What? Oh. Well, I'm doing art and streaming and stuff. You guys want me back in for some funniness? What's y'all up to? Oh, you guys doing funniness? Well, funny your funniness. Okay. Bingus. Mm. Mitz, what are you doing? Are you trolling Captain over here? What did you do? You threw her away. You put her in the trash can. I'm surprised you didn't just like deafen her, since we can. I have that power. It says I can server deafen myths and server mute and kick her from the call. Yeah, peanut galleys for roasting myths. Oh, I have. It's very funny. Go to the top. Oh my god, I'll just type a link into it in VC. Myth isn't forklift certified. That's something you can flame her over. Oh, gooder.
I don't know. Just do whatever feels in the moment. You could be
Yeah.
like, shake my head, Mitsu, and show me the model.
There.
It does.
That was the best I could come up with on the fly.
You're so fucking based.
I have to wait for Mitsu's recognition of my
Mitsu!
flame.
Not you too.
Okay, it worked. My flame was successful.
It still isn't for forklift certified though. That's a bit cringe in it.
Can't believe it.
Y'all listen, or what y'all
It'd be
doing?
Mitsu.
Yeah, right.
I
Listen
told
to the
you.
Encanto OST.
And you told me what?
I told you.
What?
We all seen Encanto.
No.
Oh, should watch
I've
it.
seen a bunch of spoilers, so I basically watched the movie through
That's a
YouTube clips.
mood. There's like a few big plot holes that like annoy me with it, but like, you know, Encanto fangirls and fanboys would like shank me if I said them.
I want Bruno to get a proper apology.
Yes, exactly. It's like, no, they literally sing a song about like, man, fuck this dude. This guy sucks. I hate this man. I want to stab him and crucify him. Then he shows up and they're like, oh my god, Bruno. Oh my god. Like, you didn't even say sorry. You're just like, oh my god, he's here. Oh, I guess we'll tolerate him. It bothers me so much that Bruno got shot on so hard and they didn't say sorry.
Me with two Mitsus.
Yeah. Fun fact, did you know during the We Don't Talk About Bruno music song section, you can see Bruno in the background? like expertly hidden. So he heard it. He heard them all talking shit. He was there. Bruno heard those fake ass bitches. Can't stand fake bitches. 30 minutes later, oh my god, me and my bestie.
Oh, here's a good one for you, Mitz.
Mhm.
It's loading now. Hold on, give it a second. It's almost there. Apparently, it's a chunky upload for Discord. There you go.
No wrong
Oh
at
god,
all.
what is this?
And I can't click on it because I'm stupid.
I'm not
Is that Mitz? How Mitsu sounds. Mitz is an orangutan, canonically.
Oh god. It's microphone rarely, that's me.
I have no idea what my
It's
ASMR
microphone.
sound. I
Yeah.
had no clue what my ASMR would sound like on stream. So
I love how he just throws the cup onto the floor. Loki's scared of orangutans too.
You're
you
low-key
guys want me
scared
to
of
shatter
orangutans.
your reality about
I hate orangutans and I hate chimpanzees. Stay away from me.
want me to shatter your realities on fucking uh like gorillas and shit? Did you know that there's substantial, massive amounts of evidence to show that the gorillas that we've quote taught sign language do not understand a fucking word they're saying. So they do not know sign language. They just sort of know if I shake my hand a special way, I get a treat.
Oh, I've gotta go now.
Oh, why?
Work in 30.
Alright,
Yes,
yeah, don't be late this time and leave your stream up.
but do please do.
I'll make sure to
Oh,
close
sweating.
OBS. That was so dumb.
It was pretty great. I got a lot of viewers out of it. It made my night.
Yeah, Mitz, you
Oh
saying
god.
you don't want to be generous again?
Yeah, I didn't stop end my stream and I raided someone and then they stopped streaming so everybody was back watching my stream. And then because my internet decided to go disconnect and reconnect, my stinking stream started with a notification and everybody was piling on me. 30 viewers
Mm-hmm.
watching absolutely nothing but
Mm-hmm.
my starting screen.
For 3 hours.
That's quality.
It was great.
It was
It was a good
awesome.
time. I got
Quality
24
Mitsu
viewers
stream.
that were all AFK in my stream. It was fantastic.
Because they were all gaining because they all left my stream to gain points.
That was
It's just like
so
they had it on
fucking
in the back.
based.
Everybody was just like, "Ayo, Mitsu," and stream, but points, yes, we're
It
all
came right
saving for
back
the.
to your stream after you raided too.
Oh god! Only about like 7 people came back after I sent them off to a raid, and so I say, like,
That's
"Stay
true.
away, stay away, go stay with Captain."
It's so mean
was a
that
good
you
time.
raided someone.
Anyway,
God,
bye.
Bye bye.
bye bye.
Why? Then there was two.
Ah, prize. Hey, thank you, Rising Legio, for the follow. I appreciate it. How you doing? Yeah, okay, good. Sorry, I thought I did something. Bingus. When did my phone go off?
Good
That's weird.
lord, my image is huge.
What?
I'm just looking on my stream, my image is huge.
Huge. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I forgot because people left. I wish, Biggie would release an update where you can, like, set the size. So when more people join, it doesn't just implode on itself. Hmm. Maybe I make this a 2-panel image instead of just a single image. I think I'll do that.
The new band Mind Goblin.
Yeah.
Oh
I
my
tried and
lord.
failed.
Like the PNG. Or is it a two? It's 2D model, right?
The PNG, yeah. Hmm. And I'm restarting again because I have no clue how I want to set this up. Set up this frame.
Speedrun. Just what are you speedrunning?
Huh?
Saturday.
Oh, I speedrun Time Hollow now.
Oh.
The puzzle visual novel, and I do a fucking
Oh.
joke speedrun of it. That I've gotten down to 2 minutes like 30 seconds.
Like just
The week before my PB was 3 minutes 19 seconds, but I realized that for some reason the game has a limit on like skipping text when you're tapping on the screen, but it doesn't have a limit when you're spamming the A button. But the problem with spamming the A button is if you press the A button while there's no text, it opens up the inventory. So fucking
It's a
having to
tragedy
min-max
you
that.
lost your S.
What?
Your F.
Yeah.
You lost your S in the tragedy.
Yeah.
I'm just going through your
I still
FL,
can't
man.
believe Twitch did that to me. It's so fucking sad.
Did they just take the S?
When I made my account in like 2014, they had a name limit. Name limit, sure. And the name limit is one letter shorter than how long my name
Oh.
is, like Twitter. But when I signed up, I typed in the full name. So what it did was that it made my account without the S, gave me that account, made the account with the S, but like in the ether. Like it didn't exist until they raised the name
Oh.
limit. But now it exists and it technically belongs to me, but I can't sign into it.
Oh.
So I'm like, but and I've had this account longer because I've had access to this account since I made it. And
It's
like,
like when you see some streamers and they don't have their name doesn't match up.
yeah. I'm gonna try sketching out the scene first.
Yeah.
I have no clue how I want the scene to look.
Story heavy games are fun.
Yes.
I would say I play Arknights for the story, but that is definitely false.
I just might not draw what I'm drawing. I'm gonna change to whatever I'm drawing. Erase the topic. Oh, it's gone. I'll think of something else to draw because that one's just not vibing. I'm not falling for that.
There's two in there, to be fair.
I know, I can tell. No, that's stupid.
That's it's a double draft.
Steve Jobs died of ligma. Who's Steve Jobs? Fuck, I'm just gonna go on the Clip Studio Paint Assets store and look for something. Just see if there's like a pose, and I'll draw one of my characters doing it. Man, my brain is melting.
Melting.
I hate how the first thing to show up is foot model for 300 gold. I
Gotta
hate that.
sell them feet pics.
I hate that. How is the default foot model not good enough for these people?
Imagine.
I don't know why some people decide to sell their shit for money on here when some of them are like, there's like better free shit. It's like,
Hey,
why?
sometimes you gotta try to make a buck where you can make a buck.
But when you type in what you're like looking for, there's like just better. Oh, this pose looks nice. I'll do this. Draw like character doing magic in this pose. Download that pose model. The asset store almost crashed for some reason while downloading. Done downloading. Process success. Yep.
Are your hands touching something?
Yeah.
It's like
Oh shoot, that reminds me. I
a
don't have the.
mouse and a keyboard.
Yeah, it's a like holographic one. That also reminds me. I forgot to put up the tablet PNG.
I'm I
Yeah,
was like so confused. I'm like, you're gripping something, but I can't see it.
yeah. I might redo this model, but like the same pose. Some point because I like the pose. I think I need to redo those hands. I only have like four drawn outfits, so it wouldn't be that hard to just redo it. If I felt like it. Even like halfway through this year, I'll do it as one of my daily drawings.
Like as an artist, you can change your model whenever you want.
I mean, yeah, just have to put in the effort. I think that one took me just like 2 days, but every drawing was taking me like 2 days. Now I'm doing daily
That's not too
drawings.
bad.
Hmm. Cool, cool. You know, if the model's centered, I can do this. Yeah, about this one. Let's see. Fuck. I wrote the fucking put the thing on the wrong line. Have you seen Encanto?
Oh wait, what?
The new Disney movie.
No, I have not.
Oh, neat. Listening to the OST so hard right now. And one of the songs just topped Let It Go from Frozen. Like in terms of watching and stuff from people.
I am actually kind of surprised to hear that.
Because it kind of became a meme because of Disney released 2 movies in a row shitting on the name Bruno. And the song's called Don't Talk About Bruno. It's kind of hit off for that
Oh, that's
reason.
what you were talking about earlier.
Oh yeah, Bruno. He got shot on so hard in that movie. I feel bad for him.
I was like confused because I don't watch Disney movies.
Oh yeah, the character of Bruno was really good, but he's one of the plot holes in the movie that I hate is that they shit on him like so hard, and then they just like get over the fact they shat on him. I'm like, but no, you got to apologize. Other than that, it's like a 7 out of 10 movie, which a lot of people would find offensive to say.
But it's a 7 out of 10.
Yeah, because a lot of people don't understand how numbers work. Like they think a lot of people think anything below an 8 is bad. I'm like, oh, that's not how numbers work.
Yes, if it was like a
If the
4.
lowest is if the lowest is a 0, which is nearly impossible, and the highest is a 10, which is also impossible, then the average would have to be 5. That's just how numbers work.
Yeah.
Just because you had a strict parent that wouldn't let you get anything below a B doesn't mean that's how numbers work. That's how schools work. That's not how numbers work.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, because a 0 is impossible because you'd have to be not a movie to be a 0. And then a 10's impossible because you can't be perfect. So averaging
Yeah,
0 and
that's
10 is a
true.
5. I mean, you can have a 10 in like how you like the movie, but not like a 10 in like how well it's written or how like how well it's written.
Yeah, because even like
Because a 10, because writing would be objective, and then how you like it would be completely just how you feel.
opinion,
Yeah.
it's like when it comes down to like,
As long as you can find one flaw, it's not a 10 in writing.
yeah, I mean, it's kind of like when a lot of people like One Piece, but it's so slow.
Yeah. I told the Encanto, if I went on Encanto r/Encanto and or Twitter and said Encanto's a 7 out of 10, I would die. I'd be murdered.
Oh my god, yes, that's true.
Because there's a few big flaws in it that really bother me, but I still love it. I'd get like I enjoy it like 8 out of 10. But writing it's like 7.
Yeah.
And the music slaps.
So are you just like modeling something or?
No, I'm just drawing. That's the model for posing. Oh, I did not mean to copy and paste that thing. Paste the model to my reference layer, so it's not that I have the skeleton down, I'm just gonna use it for reference.
Oh,
There we go.
gotcha.
And turn this up to 100. Do you plan on watching the movie, or do you care like if I spoil it or anything?
I probably won't ever watch it.
Okay.
I think the last Disney movie I watched was Ryla and the Last Dragon. Or
Ray and the
Ray?
Last Dragon.
I was gonna
Where
say
they
it's like
somehow
Ryla.
managed to give a dragon same face syndrome. Which is hilarious. Because everyone pointed it out, where it's like, how did you manage to give the dragon the face from all the female characters in Frozen?
It was actually not a half bad movie, but it was really fast.
I didn't watch it at all. Like in Encanto, they kind of fuck themselves by having a character who has super hearing as their superpower. And I'm like, oh, there's just a few things that like either this character is like the worst person ever because they didn't act on information they had, or the writers are just stupid. Because
Like they
Bruno,
have like
yeah.
like echolocation super hearing or
So
like
like basically they get the plot of the movie is that grandma got got saved by like Mexico magic, and the
oh I know
magic
what movie you're
gives
talking about.
gives all their children a superpower when they're like 6. And this one girl's power is hearing extra good. And I'm like, wow, she kind of oh dick. Now we know she can just hear everything, at like no issue. And you might think like, oh, she may have super hearing, but a lot of things might like drown out her hearing. Like there just might be too much noise. Nah, she's able to hear someone across the entire city read poetry to their mom. And I'm like, if you can hear that, you can hear anything. Like, come on. So like the character Bruno, he like runs away because of his people hate him because of the power that he got, which is to tell the future. Like you'd be like, "Oh, I saw the future, and bad thing gonna happen. Be careful." And people just like are idiots and are like, "Oh, he caused the bad thing." And it's like, what? No.
Like I could see it, but
I can get like randos thinking that, but his family also thinking it is like kind of a dick move on the family's part. But then like they're just like it turns out he didn't run away, he's just hiding inside the walls of the house for like 10 years. But then it's like a super hearing girl. Why didn't you should be able to hear him. He's in the same house as you. like like you didn't like go help him, you didn't say hi to make sure he didn't get lonely, you didn't like you just hate him that much, I guess.
that also it's kind of like those like game ads.
Yeah. Which ones?
Um, the ones, God, it's like this is how you play the game. You have to use this strat.
Yeah.
God, what is the what is the damn game?
Rise of Kingdoms. Like
Yeah.
I see
Oh
ads for
yeah.
that a lot that are like
Yeah.
that.
It's like I picked the Japan,
Yes.
or you could play Viking and you get this, and it's just like this is so stupid.
Yeah, I hate those ads so much.
Like I hate these damn ads.
And like in the song "Don't Talk About Bruno," where coincidentally everyone decides to talk about Bruno. They're fucking like the Dolores, that's her name, the hearing girl. She specifically says, which is a neat Easter egg. I can hear him. Not I. She doesn't speak in past tense like all the other characters do in the song. When talking about Bruno, she speaks in present tense. So it's like I can hear him mumbling about prophecies and whatnot. It's like, oh, hint that she can actually hear him, and which just makes her character worse because since she can hear him, it's like, okay, why didn't you help him? Kind of a dick move.
Is he like stuck in the walls or
No,
like?
no, he has like a painting that he can move and gets out of multiple times. And then like at the end of the movie, when Bruno's like back and like kind of like redeemed or whatnot, he's like, she says, "I knew it. I could hear him the whole time." I'm like, why did you do anything? Like what? Excuse me.
So weird.
Bothers me so much. Like, why didn't you? And you sung a song about how much you hate him in the house that he is inside the walls of, so he heard everything. But I
That
guess he
is
just doesn't care.
that is so.
Everyone hates Bruno, and I'm like, why?
That's just so weird. Just yeah, I see what you're saying. Like that's just that is kind of weird. It's like poor Bruno did nothing wrong.
He did it.
It's like I didn't want this ability. Why do you hate me?
Also, his is like the only ability that has conditions to it too. Like he can see like so like everyone else, they just have powers like cartoonish super strength. And what I mean by that is like she can lift up a house with one hand. When like if you did try to lift up the house with one hand, you'd most likely just rip it in half or rip off a chunk. So she has like cartoonish super strength that she can like do whatever. Another one has like the power to control like flowers and plants and shit and like create them out of thin air. Another one can talk to animals. He's never used in the entire movie. uh, hearing girl, she can just hear. Uh, girl who can make any food, and if she makes it, it heals you instantly, no matter what your ailment is. Uh, who else? Who else?
Burden?
What?
It's like hold on. She creates any.
If any
She could
food she
make a.
cooks becomes magic, and heals you instantly.
Bruh, that's one way to make some money.
Well, they like their motto is like the grandma. Their motto for the family is like earning their powers. So they just like they just do all their shit for free. But like the community like basically holds them up as gods, like their town.
Alrighty.
Like that's so yeah, not no money, but magic bullshit. I don't remember the other powers. It's probably one I'm forgetting. But his has conditions. He has to be in a big open space with like 7 pounds of sand, and then he has to sit down in a circle of sand, and the sand whirls around him for like 2 minutes. Then he sees a vision, and then he gets like a green piece of glass that has the vision on it. Like, dang, why does your power have like buildup and shit?
This is oddly specific for.
Yeah, he has like he has like a JoJo stand, and everyone else is just a superpower.
That's a JoJo stand.
Yeah.
Oh my lord.
That's basically what he got. Like, dang. It's like, because, oh yeah, they, by the way, also, every time they get a power, they get like a magic room constructed that like matches their personality and their power set. His room, he got fucked by the room gods. By the whatever god gives them their rooms. Because his room is bigger on the inside than it is on the outside. He walks inside, and it's like it's a big pit of sand, and then like a staircase that goes up like 20 stories to a rickety rope bridge to his bedroom. I'm like, damn, no wonder he doesn't come out of his room. He has to take like a trip just to leave. He has to spend like 6 hours leaving his house. He's like, that's also part of why people thought he was creepy, is because he never came out of his room. And I'm like, has anyone gone in his room? Because if you went inside, you'd probably know why he doesn't leave it. That's where he has to sleep.
Oh my lord. As soon as he leaves the room, it's nightfall already. It's like back to bed.
He comes out for lunch, and then he goes back in, and that's his day. Because the main character, Mirabelle, has to like go into his room to investigate Bruno, because no one will tell her about Bruno. And yeah, that's what she has to do to get to his fucking like bedroom. Like, dang, why do all the gods hate him?
Yeah,
It sucks.
Bruno's just unlucky.
Yeah.
He rolled a nat 1 and everything.
It's like that fucking, I don't know what game it is, but there's a tabletop RPG where part of character creation is rolling like a die for every year of your character's life up until that point. And you can get fucked over completely before the game starts. Like you can get shit like when at age 27 you broke a leg and you got fired from your military job and now you're a poor bum. roll to see what happens after.
My lord.
All before you start the game, so you don't get like a build your character, you just get to see what your character ends up as. It's like that. Bruno was playing that game while everyone else was playing like D&D.
Poor Bruno. Just got bullied.
He did. He got fucked over. He only gets apologized to by one person, and it's like a movie apology where they just hug. Like, you still didn't say sorry, you just hugged him.
I'm sorry.
And only by one person, by the grandma, who, like, hated everyone.
I guess if she hates everyone, then that matters most.
Yeah. It's like the plot was, like, they learn that the grandma is, like, because of her tragic backstory, she was, like, she's too hard on everyone and gives everyone too high expectations. And Mirabelle, remember the plot is that she didn't get a power. is that Mirabelle's practically worthless because she doesn't have a power. Then she learns that that's wrong.
Man, this is some wild movie plot.
It kind of is.
Movie's wild.
When I was watching the film, because I like to write notes on movies I know I'm gonna talk about while I'm watching them. And a note I took is like their house is living, by the way. And I'm like, man, I don't want to live in a living house. Like no privacy ever at all. I think
mean,
there's
really,
technically
though.
privacy in the magic rooms, but imagine being a non-magic member of the family. So if you marry
Never-
in, or if you're Mirabelle, you get a non-magical room. Like, dang, that sucks. Because the house just like listens to people and stuff, and it's like it has like a personality, but it's not like that intelligent. They're really vague with it.
Almost sounds like a non-Disney movie.
Monster House. Because like it can obey you. Like they'll be like, "Hey, casita," that's the name of their house. Which I think just means that just means house in Spanish. I'm 99% sure. So they're just like casita. Change like get the tables ready, and then the table will like move and shit. And like the house like talks to them sometimes by like moving like panels on the wall and whatnot. No, it doesn't have like a voice. And like this house is intelligent enough that I would not be comfortable living inside it. Too smart.
Like a weird house.
Yeah, imagine just trying to like jack off and your fucking like your house is there. Your house is just alive. Like, no thanks.
House is just watching you. It's
Cause
like,
like,
hey
cause
man,
the house is like quirky. It's kind of like quirky a bit. So I could imagine just being like, "Oh man, time to jack off," and then the house like rolls a tissue box at you. Like I could imagine that happening in that stupid movie if it was rated R.
sorry.
I don't. I wouldn't want to live in a fucking living house unless by living you mean Jarvis from Iron Man. Because at least Jarvis, I know he's just a robot, and I can just command him not to judge me. The house will just judge you. And you know it. You can't stop it from judging.
House is like, I'm judging you.
Yeah.
Oh my god. This is a wild Disney movie.
I mean, maybe a little. Just for Bruno. Bruno is so
I
sad.
mean, Bruno got like the short end of the stick.
You got just the stick. Everyone else got a sword.
Imagine your superpower being able to randomly ignite.
Once they have like JoJo, where there's have you read part 6? Because I don't think this is in them. This
I
part
don't
isn't
think
animated yet.
I've never watched JoJo or read
Oh.
it.
So there's a guy, you can like he can take your power. He can take people's powers and turn them into DVDs. And then he can put those DVDs in people and give them that power. You fucking like, there's a power I
Sounds like
don't.
all for one.
Yeah, so like this guy's power, or like this he's fighting someone, and this character like they need water constantly to survive, basically, especially in their like super powerful form. And what he does, it's like part of their body gets torn off, but they can regenerate, so it's fine. But the bad guy's like takes a disc out of his pocket and like pokes it into the part of them that got decapitated, and the character starts screaming, and it's like, I've given you the power to boil water on touching it. And I'm like, who had that power? Who did you take that power from? And they're probably happy that you took their power. I would want the power to boil water by touching it, especially since it seems involuntary. Like, I've given you the power to involuntary boil water on touch. It's like, how did that person live? How did they How would they live long enough for you to steal their superpower?
I mean, not only that, but like, guy needs water to live, and you're like, I'm just gonna take all the water you will ever get. Hmm.
How did that person live long enough to get their power stolen? It's like that guy, I guess. That's Bruno. Yeah, he would get the water boiling power. Poor fucking Bruno. There's only like one thing that I can find that Bruno did wrong, I guess. Because in the song we don't talk about Bruno. They mention that he says like to the oh yeah, that's the power I didn't mention. A character has the power to control the weather with their emotions. Which is also kind of a shit power because everyone else's powers are voluntary, like they can just activate them. But hers are just like if she's mad, a thunderstorm will happen. Like that one just kind of also sucks. And like Bruno told her it looks like rain, like that. But his exact words apparently, according to him, at the end of the movie as well. Like she wasn't exaggerating when she said that he told me it looks like rain, and then that stressed her out, and it rained on her wedding, or like thunderstormed on her wedding.
Oh, that's actually kind of funny though.
Yeah, and at the end of the movie when he's like apologizing to everyone, even though he shouldn't be apologizing, but whatever. He said I didn't mean to that wasn't a prophecy, so he didn't like see the future on that one. He was just trying to tell her in kind of a shitty way, mind you, you look stressed out. Like that's what he meant by it looks like rain to the person who controls the weather with their mind, with their emotion. Say, oh, you're stressed out. Looks like it's gonna rain. Like, that's the
Oh,
shittiest way you can tell someone to take a chill pill.
that is actually kind of funny though.
Yeah, that's the only time I'm like, okay, maybe you fucked up a little there. But all the other examples they did, I'm like, how is that his fault? Like you told a guy who eats, who at the beginning of the movie, it's established he eats like a lot of sweets. We told him he'd get fat, and he did. And then he's
I
mad that he
mean,
got fat. I'm like, well, the future man, the fortune teller told you to get fat, and then you ate a bunch of sweets to compensate because you were sad that you were gonna get fat, and now you're fat. So I mean, sounds like a personal problem.
that's just that. I'm sorry, that's just so fucking funny.
Yeah, it's kind of funny.
It's like it's like some. It's like it's your fault I got fat. It's like stop shoveling cakes in your mouth.
Yeah. The one he told someone that their fish would die, and then they died literally the next day, so they're mad at Bruno. And I'm like,
Was it like a
well,
was it
it's
like a goldfish?
yeah, literally they showed it was a goldfish.
But-
It was a goldfish. Why are you attached to it that much?
Bro, goldfish die easily.
Yeah. It was in like the world's smallest bowl too.
Oh my god. Some of these are actually just kind of funny.
I think the only other two that we hear about, like except for the prophecy that drives the whole last film, was that like uh so one of the family members got told they would live a perfect life, and they did. They weren't really mad about that one. They weren't mad, but it was mentioned in the song. The other one was like, "Hey, the person you love the most is gonna marry someone else. Sorry, not sorry."
Damn.
Yeah, which that one's actually not true. Because at the end of the movie, plot twist, she does get to marry that person. Wait, no, I guess technically he wasn't wrong. He says your true love will be betrothed to another person and is betrothed to her sister. But then halfway through the movie they like on they don't marry because the main character or the character who's marrying them was only doing it for like so that the family could get like wealthier. And then they marry the other girl who actually loved him. So it was like, oh, the all's well.
So wrong, but not wrong.
Well, he said betrothed, which I think just means engaged. Technically engaged, not married.
Yeah.
I think is that what betrothed means? Hold on. Right. Or is betrothed like promised to marry?
I think it's like promise too.
Betrothed. A person who is engaged. Yeah, okay, it's engaged. Not married.
So I think it's like a very old timely term.
Yeah, because it's usually I think you usually betrothed to like newborn children. And you're like, in like 20 years they'll marry. Fuck it. Or because that's medieval times. When they're 13. So that's medieval times.
Yeah. Well, I guess if the max life expectancy is
Weren't-
30,
Yeah,
then
weren't Romeo and Juliet like 14 each?
I thought they had like an age gap.
I think they had a little bit of an age gap, maybe like 3 years, but I think one of them was like 12 or 13. Romeo and Juliet age. Juliet is 13 and Romeo is unspecified in the book. Okay. Probably older, probably like 16 or something, I don't know.
Probably.
Medieval times would be like that.
I mean, medieval
What
times be like.
kind of outfit should I put my character in?
Uh, I don't know what kind of outfit.
Hmm.
Go for like
If I do get a live 2D model, I might pick like this kind of pose for it to be in, like legs crossed. Maybe arms a little lower down, but I think this would be a neat pose, like a default pose. That's like in the future. That's like at least a year for me if I do get a 2D model.
Yeah.
So I want to be the one to either rig it or the one to draw it. I want to do either. But I don't want to do both because they suck.
Rigging takes a lot.
Yeah. I know someone who like learned who I've been watching and they've like learned how to rig and they did their second model just like last week. And it took them about a month of working on it every like twice a week. And they got a pretty good model now that they made. And that was like their second ever model ever. So I'm like, if they can do it, I could probably do it. I just need to like fucking learn it.
Yeah. It's just process.
The reason like I only want to do one or the other is I want to I don't want to draw it without having to worry about rigging it, or rig knowing that I just have a drawing, not like be like, oh well fuck,
Yeah.
I drew a model but I can't rig it. I can't pay someone to rig it.
Can be expensive too.
Yeah. I think I might like maybe next year because I'm doing a drawing a day and I don't know if I'm gonna have time to fucking draw up a model. I mean, I did do a few multi-day projects already this year where I just like did part of it, did my drawing a day, then did part of it another day, drawing a day. Oh, who's that? Oh, hi, Great Devil. Where'd you come from? I see you. Stinky. That's an ominous emote. No, it's the lurk
Ominous.
emote. I have to pull up my own model because I like the outfit I drew for my model, or like my PNG model. Like I came up with that like on the spot, and I really liked it. I feel like I might want to change it up some, because I kind of like the base idea of it, but not like the full thing. Because I want more fishnets, because fishnets are cool. I want fishnets on the arms, but I'm not sure how to make it do that without making it look weird.
Well, at least he'll be able to catch more fish VTubers. Net them up and eat 'em.
I got raided by a fish VTuber when I was offline. I think they like
Imagine.
saved my username when I got online, but then like I got offline like 10 minutes before they raided. And they didn't realize until after they raided. It was funny.
It's like,
Then I
well,
raided them while they were offline as revenge.
it's like the revenge. No, I forgot to do my dailies.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Cringe.
I'm trying to do my dailies on this damn game. I hate it so much, and yet they always find a way to drag me back.
I had the urge for one of my daily drawings, but I hate doing fan art because I always fuck it up. This at one of my daily drawings, I want to draw Bruno with a fucking AK-47. It's gonna tell it we
Oh
do
my
not
lord.
fucking discuss Bruno. No, I don't have my thing. I should turn it into an actual like GIF meme, but I made a meme where it's like Family Madrigal. That's the name. That's their family name, by the way. Like Family Madrigal. We don't talk about Bruno. Family Madrigal when they fucking when someone asks a single question about Bruno, they just fucking start blabbering.
Lord.
We don't talk about him, but if you ask, we will sing an entire song about it.
Imagine if Bruno died and they're like, oh, thank God. This, they have a fucking giant party.
They fucking would. They're assholes, but the movie tries to convince you that they're not.
We're not terrible people, we just fucking hated Bruno. Oh my god.
Oh yeah, I'm listening to the song again. Um, there's a character who got told that he would have male pattern baldness, and then he did. Forgot about that guy. Which sucks that you went bald in like a time where treating baldness was kind of not a thing. But I mean, that has nothing to do with Bruno. He just told you what happened.
Some people just don't like being told the truth.
True.
Am I getting promoted to the next league? No, I'm not. I'm getting demoted.
Fucking L.
I hate Bleach
Also,
Grace all
by
the
the way, they tried
time.
building up Bruno as a bad guy, and then like it's a plot twist that he's not evil when they find him. Because
Imagine.
they like only show him in like scary paintings and like the descriptions of how other people talk about him. But like one of the descriptions I'm like, this character was alive when like before Bruno ran away, and he's the shapeshifter guy. Forgot to mention that guy exists too. And he's like Bruno. He's 7 foot tall and scary as shit, but he's like not. And when he shapeshifts into Bruno, he only shapeshifts to like 5'7", and that's how tall Bruno actually is. And I'm like, if you can shapeshift into an accurately, why would you say he's 7 feet tall? Like, you're just fucking slanderizing this man now.
Slander.
It's slander.
Bro, this is Bruno's Joker origin
It
story.
is fucking Bruno, man. Bruno got fucked. Oh yeah, they try to. There's a part because like the main girl, she doesn't have any powers, so sad and whatnot. Something that bothers me is that there's a part in the movie where they like basically tell her that like she shouldn't try helping with anything because the people with power should be doing all the work. But like, there's some characters where I'm like, how do you fucking help the community? Like with, like how? Like, what does Hearing Girl do? Like, what do you do for like as your day job? Because like Strong Girl, she like runs around like picking up like donkeys that escape, moving a church like 7 blocks down the road and shit. Like, yeah, she's doing something. Flower Girl, yeah, she's like preparing flowers for people. What does like Hearing Girl do? Just like you go up to her and it's like, hey, has my husband been cheating on me? Cool, no, thanks, good. Is that it? Is that all she did?
Sorry. That caught me off guard.
That's the only thing I can think of. Like, what does she do?
And I can't think of any job that would require hearing. Is my husband cheating on me?
Like, I don't know. Like, what does she do? Like, Healing Girl, she stands in like town center and like feeding people shit who like got the measles and whatnot. Or like Shapeshifting Guy. Like, he does one thing in the opening song of the film, and he's one of the people who shits on Mirabelle for not being useful because she has no powers. You know what do you know the 2 helpful things he ever does the whole film with his shapeshifting powers? Thing number
boy.
1, he like held a baby so that the mom could sleep and shapeshift into the mom so the baby wouldn't freak out. Like, okay, that's cool, but there can't be that many pregnant people who and you can't be able to help them all at the same time. So you're probably not as useful. And like the other thing he does is he shapeshifts into a 6 foot tall person to get something off the top shelf. That's it. That's all he does. Like, you're not helpful then either. You can't talk shit.
Oh my god.
Oh, my pet peeve with the movie. I hate all movies that do this, and this movie does it. If your movie's a musical, you have to pick between 2 things. Either the characters just sing like it's normal, like it's a normal thing in that universe, or it's treated as just like the character singing and it's a little bit weird because people don't sing normally, You gotta pick one or the
Yeah.
other. The movie does both, and I hate it that it does both. I hate when movies
How do
do both.
you...
So like the first 2 songs when sung by the main character, it's like, oh yeah, singing's just like a thing. Like, don't worry about it, it's a musical. But then when the main character sees other people sing, the next 2 times she's confused. I'm like, what? But you just had like 2 musical numbers. How? Like, this can't be weird.
God.
Like, you can't suddenly judge.
It's like I can sing, but no one else can.
She has two musical numbers, and it's like oh, that's a normal thing for people to do. Just have a musical number. And then like when like her sisters get a musical number, she's like interrupting them, like, "Hey, what the fuck you doing? You fucking weirdo."
Like I'm the main character. This is my thing.
Oh yeah, I'm allowed to sing. That's her. You know, she did get a power, and her power is able to sing without getting like people raising eyebrows at her. That's her power.
Oh my lord! Imagine.
It's a good power. She just sings.
Oh my lord!
Like I'm glad that Disney in modern times now just like uploads every song in a movie onto YouTube, like the OST audio, like what you'd get on a CD.
Yeah.
Because I can listen to my favorite song without annoying ass Mirabelle fucking like interrupting the singer. Because she doesn't interrupt on like the CD versions. And I'm like, thank fucking goodness. 'Cause that's a good
Imagine if she
song.
did. Imagine she did just interrupts.
Because like the girl goes like sings like the opening line, then she goes Well, actually, she does interrupt in the second song on the OST because she's sing interrupting, so it counts as part of the song, which is a little annoying.
Well, at least
But at least she like
it's all
becomes useful halfway through the song and like starts doing a good ass duet, so it's acceptable.
accept these terms and conditions.
You want the biggest because like they do remove like dialogue in most OSTs of most like songs and musicals. But do you want the biggest sin? In the DVD version of Shrek 2, like the CD version of Shrek 2, in the OST, in holding up for a hero cover, do you know what they remove?
But
They remove on Fairy Godmother saying "hit it." Like you can't. That's the best part. That's the best part. That should count as part of the song. Can someone just like make an edit and upload it to YouTube and hopefully not get copyrighted because it's an older movie of like remove like just the CD version of the rest of the song where like so you don't hear like the sounds of people beating the shit out of each other, but keep the part where Fairy Godmother says "hit it." Please, I need this.
there probably is.
Because I have one on my playlist and it's the CD version of the song because I don't want the sounds of combat in my holding up for a hero.
I don't want to hear death and despair while I'm trying to jam.
I don't want to hear the giant gingerbread man dying. That happens during that. Rest in peace, gingerbread man. By the way, that's like the only time a cover. That's one of the few times a cover is better than the original. The Shrek cover is so fucking good. Like that's unanimous. Even like people who aren't Shrek fans, it's like a unanimous truth. Is that they just did a good ass cover of Need a Hero. Want to hear a fun fact about Shrek 2? They did two covers for that song, but like no one knows. Like not many people know about the second cover.
There's a second cover.
Yeah, the one that there's a cover of "I Need a Hero" that plays during the credits. It's kind of hard to find on YouTube, but it is on YouTube. It's also pretty good. Hold on, let me check. I'm gonna pull it up and listen to it real fast.
Ooh.
Like I think the video title when you find it is something like Shrek 2, I Need a Hero, not Fairy Godmother, or something like that. Let's see. Here it is. I Need a Hero by Jennifer Sanders instead of the other one. I think. No, Jennifer Sanders is the right one. Never mind. Wait. What's the other one? Wait, oh my god, you know that thing I was mentioning earlier? I found a video Shrek 2 I Need a Hero, but I added Fairy Godmother saying hit it.
Say it.
Oh my
Pretty sure
god.
it should have been on there.
There we go. This is what the people need. Adding this to my music playlist right now. It's so based. Oh hi Sora, what you doing? Oh, I'm drawing. She's just gonna be doing magic. Alright, now I'm also looking up I Need a Hero. It's from Shrek. You know what also slaps? Fucking gospel truth from the song uh from Hercules. God, why did that take me a while to say? What else do I want to add? This draw. Oh yeah. Oh dang it! I just drew perfect like digigrade feet when I realized that this character was like half kind of wears boots. Oh wait, no. Oh, I forgot I do like these weird furry boots. Never mind, we're good. Crisis averted.
You have averted the crisis.
How long? Like getting better at digigrade legs. They're fucking hard as shit. I think I'm good on clothing. I feel like my character's hair, every time I draw it, like for the past like 9 years, just gets slightly longer. Wonder
It'll
how
be like
short it was when
100
I
feet
started.
long.
How short was her hair when I
Magical
started?
hair.
Let's see. Yeah.
Ooh. So what are the green lines for?
Oh, I usually just do clothing in green.
Oh.
I decided it one time, a long time ago. Actually, I decided a lot of things during like I did like a big concept art thing where I was doing a bunch of concept art for Yu-Gi-Oh cards that I wanted to make, and I need to
Interesting.
decide on like sketching colors because using my sketch pen and using black looks really ugly. So now I have like this kind of off gray color I use now. And for highlighting things I don't know if they had like a shoulder spike or something, I'd do it in this purple or this blue. And then for like highlights and whatnot, like or some forms of magic, I'll do these purples. Now I use this dark purple for like backgrounds.
One day they'll add worthwhile Yu-Gi-Oh cards.
It's impossible as a custom card maker to make an overpowered card because Konami's already made them all.
Well, at least Dragoon is banned in Duel Masters, which I mean, it's funny because Dragoon wasn't the problem; it was Anaconda.
Yeah. But they don't like banning Link monsters for some reason. It's like it's not the Link era anymore. It's kind of like the free like
I
kind of a
mean, you
free
say
era.
that, but they banned Electromite for no reason.
They still haven't banned Hulk or Anaconda.
I don't understand why Electromite is banned, but Anaconda and Needle Fiber are the same variants of Electromite.
I hate that they've had to ban like 9 cards just so they don't ban Hulk. So dumb.
And what?
Oh, it's kind of what Needle Fiber. His English name is Hulk. Hulky Fibrex.
Oh, hell,
Needle
yeah,
Fiber
Hulky
was like the
Fiber.
original Japanese name when we were translating it.
Yeah. I mean, because, like, Needle Fiber is literally a generic Link 2 that helps
Mhm.
synchros.
It's only balanced in its own archetype, but they made it non-archetype specific.
Anaconda is a Link 2 generic fusion support.
Yep. Well, it's
And
a link to
Electromite,
anything support, but usually fusion because it's easier. It's just too good.
what, Anaconda?
Yeah,
Anaconda, well, Anaconda
because it can
sends
copy
fusion
like any
spells.
spell, can it? But you
No,
just
any
use it for
fusion
fusion. Oh,
spell.
any fusion. Yeah.
It's any card that I think says fusion on its text.
Yeah.
And then Electromite is the only one that's banned that is a generic Link to Pendulum support.
Yay, pendulum support. Yay, that's bad.
And then I said we'll get a generic Link 2 XEs and a generic Link 2 Ritual support.
Yeah.
Even though I don't think Drytons are that bad.
I miss good balance.
I hate rituals though. At least
That-
like older rituals are kind of bad. The newer ones are kind of balanced. I believe you said, wait, you played Synchro, right?
yeah, Synchro
Or
is
is
my
that someone
favorite.
else?
Synchro best stick.
Which Synchro? There's like,
I'll play any deck as long as it's a synchro based deck, but I now run as my like more modern deck is Christrons.
really?
Not that good, but it's playable casually. It won't last long against many decks that are optimized. But I have an optimized as possible Christron deck.
I was gonna say, I know like needle fiber probably helps, but
Yeah.
that's in that's until needle fiber. Well, they did technically ban all the what synchron cards or hit them at least.
They banned like every tuner that was good so that Needle Fiber couldn't be used as much. Which I'm like,
'Cause I
no,
know
that's not
Jet,
how you balance the game, Konami. You ban you ban Hulk.
because I think what Jet was banned.
Yeah. He wasn't broken until Hulk.
Which is, God, what other card was it? I'm trying to. Oh, Union Carrier
Yeah.
and Colossus combo. And then they banned Buster Whelp.
I run DDDs, but my DDD deck isn't synchro heavy. I run an older version of DDDs that like functions really well but isn't like overpowered or like that people complain about. Like I don't use Gilgamesh at all. I hate Gilgamesh. Fuck Gilgamesh.
I'll use Gilgamesh, but
Yeah, Gilgamesh is like part of the reason why everyone complain or like people are like, DDD's the no skill deck. But I also just hate links. I have a vendetta against them. My DDD deck has
oh,
no links in it.
oh, you'll hate me then.
I hate links with a passion. Only link I accept is Hulk in Crystron, because otherwise Crystrons are unplayable without Hulk.
Let's say I play links, but I don't know. I'd say the only meta link deck I play is Rockets.
Hmm.
But I play pure Rockets. I don't like Dragon Link.
I prefer to play pure of any deck as much as possible.
But I do know like DD Griffin is pretty broken. A lot of people
Is he?
said it.
Yeah, look up DD Griffin. DD.
Oh, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go shut my door while you look that up.
Okie dokie. Oh, is that a new one? Oh, that looks new.
Yeah, there's like a whole bunch of new DD support. Like Griffin, they got a field spell, and
Oh, it feels well. That's nice. And I'm on the DDD card page. Griffin. Ooh, yep, that's new. They spelled it with an O. Oh, that's because it's not in English yet. It's only Japanese. Why'd you translate it with an O if it's clearly just to speak Griffin? Okay, whatever. Let's see. If you control a DD monster, you can special summon this card from your hand, defense position. If this conditional summon, discard one. Draw one card. Why is there just a random? Why is there just a random closed parentheses here? There's no open parentheses. So I'm fucked up on writing this. This card, special summon from the graveyard. You can add one. Oh, that's kind of. You can target one fiend monster you control that gains 500 attack reach in your graveyard. Oh, that sounds like the problem. Having a good pendulum effect while being scale 1.
yeah, but I know like there's the Reiji card that's like a scale 0.
Yes, Reggie. I fucking hate how they didn't translate his name correctly in English. Do you watch the anime? Probably not, but
Yeah, I've like seen
oh.
all the anime.
Yeah, like you know that card's supposed to be Reggie, the character. Because like usually like the rival gets a card in Yu-Gi-Oh! Based after them. Why
Yeah, because
why
I've
isn't
seen.
Reggie's card named after him in English? In Japanese it is. In English it's not.
Oh, then you probably haven't seen their newest XZs as well.
Wait, another which one?
Amnesty King.
Who the fuck is that?
It's like their new link.
Oh.
I don't.
Because what they named the Reggie card, it's like Rage something.
Rage Zero Divine something.
Yeah, it has a long name because it's based off of a manga card. And there's a manga archetype called the Go DDD, which is supposed to be God DDD.
Yeah, DDD Amnesty King Doom Machia. DD Griffin,
Ah.
Patented Dark Contract Documents, DDD Headhunt are like all the new cards. Amnesty is a link, it's a pendulum Xyz card. Scale 10.
Okay, here we go. Oh, wait. No, bring me to not the manga card, bring me to the normal card. God damn it. First you wiki. There it is. Go hyphen DDD Divine Zero King Rage. Well, in Japanese, his name is Go DDD Divine Zero King Zero God Reggie. And so I've heard some people say, they're wrong by the way, that like, oh, they translated it correctly because Reggie means rage in Japanese. It's like, no, it doesn't. It sounds similar, but it's not. Reggie's just a name in Japanese. And it means something like black horse or something like that. And like in the anime, his name is spelt with kanji, so it's not supposed to be rage. Also, his character has nothing to do with rage, so I don't know why people think that.
I'd say, I will say, like everyone who fought like against Zark in the anime, I'd say like the only two people who did anything was Declan and
God,
Silvio.
I hate so many of the localized names for Arc 5. I'm surprised people still watch the dubs for Yu-Gi-Oh. It's like common knowledge just to not, because they're bad now. Like they're all just bad now.
I watched the sub of Reigns all the way through, and then when I watched the dub, I was like, I can't do this.
The dub is such a fucking joke. Like there's a part where Ghost Girl says, "I ship it," when fucking uh Yusaku talks about uh uh Aoi, which her name's Sky in English for some reason.
Yeah, Sky Eisen.
I don't know why. Like, okay, so here's the part that confuses me. Sky and her brother, I think, are supposed to be French, but they have Japanese names. So I'm like, okay, maybe they translated the names. They changed the names to make them more French, because Sky is French origin. Why didn't they change her brother's name then in the dub? Her brother still has a Japanese name. I'm like, wait, if you're gonna
Maybe,
change one to be more accurate to like
maybe
her,
because
like,
he's a businessman, though.
but he's still
Like,
French. He still
I
go
don't
wee wee.
know.
Like,
I will say, every time I hear people pronounce any of the at Ignister cards, I get so triggered.
at
Because they'll
Ignister.
be like, AI contact. It's
Oh
like,
yeah,
no,
it's I.
I contact.
Which I love all
It's
the
a
puns
damn
they make. Like eye contact. Like
eye
I.
shadow,
Yeah.
a island.
Yeah. Island.
And people are like, it's AI land. It's like, no.
It's like when people before we got the English before we got a pronunciation of Xyz. It's like it's XYZ. It's like no, it's Xyz.
It's like, I exceed summon.
Like some people are like it's exceed with the D, and some people are like it's XYZ, and then what's correct is Xyz.
It's like, But every time I hear people pronounce them, I'm like, bruh. I'm like, he says it in like the dub too. You can just watch the dub and
Yeah.
eye contact, eye
I wonder
shadow.
how that. I didn't watch too much of the dub of Reigns, but I wonder how that works. Like, was his name still I?
Yeah, I believe so.
Was it pronounced that way?
I believe so.
Also, something funny I called out almost instantly when watching it Reigns in like real time, like as the episodes are being released. They're like, "Oh, you're an AI, so we'll call you I," and I'm like, "That's Japanese for love. That's gonna come up again, isn't it?" Final episode. You know
I
what
hate,
I means? It means
bruh, I hate
love.
that.
And I'm like,
I hate
fucking, they
that
did
so,
it. I was like, they fucking, I knew they'd do it.
bruh. That I was genuinely sad at the final episode, and then
Yeah.
and then we got Yu-Gi-Oh! Sevens. I was like, I hate this.
Yeah, Sevens is alright. I haven't caught up fully yet. It's almost done. It ends in like next month. And Yu-Gi-Oh!
Oh,
8th comes out in like 4 more months
I can't.
after that.
I can't tell if you're joking about that or not.
I'm not. Nothing I did not joke once in that sentence.
Oh, I hate it.
Good news. We're not getting another summoning method because Yu-Gi-Oh! 8 is also Rush Duel heavy. Which is good
Oh,
because I don't want another summoning method ever. Konami
I
never
don't.
give us one. You fucked the game enough with links.
I don't think links were that bad after Master Rule 4. I think when they forced you to play them, it was like what? I think links are good because they make pendulums have to use them and they don't keep spamming out the extra deck, but I think other than that it
They could have.
was
The Link Pen's got too many nerfs is the problem, along with everything else that Link's fucked up. And like too many nerfs by like you could have fixed Links or you could have like nerfed Pens considerably by just doing the like moving their pendulum zones thing. Like that one enough would have like hurt them a lot. Like a
well,
fuck
yeah,
ton.
I mean, it definitely depends on which like kind of pendulum deck, because some pendulums don't even care. Because I know I played Miss
And
Hackers and
inherently, a Link 1 monster should not have even been considered or made. Because Link 1s are inherently broken. That's just a concept. Like, just, oh, I can trade any monster for a effect Link 1 monster that can do a bunch of bullshit. Like, no, that should. Someone should have. When someone said that at, like, the Konami meeting table, someone should have immediately been like, no, that's too far. Like, I know we gotta make money, but that's a bit far for balance.
a lot of people wanted like a Link 8.
I
I don't
wanted
know
Link.
why.
Yeah, I wanted Link 8s. That would have been cool. But, like, Link 1s and, like, even Link 2s are kind of inherently busted.
Yeah, Link 2, there's a lot of strong Link 2s. But then again, kind of so are all the Borals, though. All the Revolvers cards are broken. They even gave us a Magic Cylinder version of the God, what's the Mirror Force card called?
Don't you love how Mirror Force was Revolver's ace?
He literally used every single card Kaiba.
It was so funny. Like how they built up so much hype for, oh, I wonder what Revolver's ultimate card
Ace
is that beats
card
all
is.
Link monsters, and it's fucking Mirror Force. I fell because I was at school when this was when this arc was going on, and I'd watch it like before and after and during a certain class. Like I was allowed to just like watch it after tests, like on my phone. And like I nearly fell out of my fucking desk when that happened. When it was revealed to be fucking Mirror Force. Like you're shitting me. You did not just activate Mirror Force. That was stupid.
I mean,
Also, I hate
those
his
some.
censored name. I don't call
Uh,
that one a localized name. I call that one a censored name because you know why.
I don't know.
They instead of revolver, it's Varus in the dub.
God, I thought they were gonna censor all of his cards.
He's like, what? All of his cards have revolver barrels on them. His name's Revolver for a reason. You can't just censor his name. You can't just call him Varus. That's so not. That's not cool. Like, like,
Really?
like it
You
was
know what
so.
the
Like, yeah, it's badass.
weirdest?
Revolver.
I think the weirdest one is they changed Go Onizuka to Gore.
Yes, that I hate. In Arc 5 and Vrains, I hate every censored name so much because they're all bad. They're all just terrible.
It went from
Because there are times where
what?
I say like, okay, yeah, I get changing the name. Didn't they also change Dennis's name? It's like Dennis was already English. What? I think they changed Dennis's name.
I don't remember. But like,
They might not
I know
have,
they
but
made like a. They literally made a Magic Cylinder card that sets Magic Cylinder and then double its effect damage.
okay,
I
they
was
changed
like,
Dennis Macfield to Dennis McField. Like, what? Why even change it if you're gonna change it so little? Fuck Dennis, I guess.
Like, and then they changed what Shun to Shay.
Yeah, that one doesn't make sense either.
At least it sounds kind of similar.
Yeah,
It's
but
not.
when
It's
it's
not
so
as
when it's
bad
so similar, I'm like, then why did you change it in the first place?
because wasn't he like Shun Kurosaki or something?
Yeah. Oh, what wasn't there was one. There was one I was momentarily mad about, then I realized it was stupid in Japanese too. Fucking I don't remember his Japanese name, but his name's like Orion. And like that's a stupid name. Because it's like Orion's belt, that's the joke. But then I checked his Japanese name. His Japanese name is the Japanese word for Orion's belt. I'm like, okay, never mind. It's stupid in both languages.
Oh, it's funny. Oh, Dipper.
Yes. Wait, no. Hold on.
Is that who you're talking about?
Let me look it up. Orion. Orion. Or was it Dipper? It might have been Dipper. Dipper
The kid.
Orion. Yeah, Orion's his last name.
Yeah, the kid that used the
Xyz.
Yeah,
Love how
I could.
I hate the explanation they give for just all the brains protagonists not knowing how to use multiple summoning methods by like the time they're 16. Like, do you know what an easy way they could have like done it? Just make it so like using a summoning method is more than just having the cards. You have to like, I don't know, like you have to like, it's like the summoning chance and all that. Like you need that for the summon or whatever. Like boom, there you
I
made it
will
just
say,
complicated enough that it works. Oh yeah,
I would say at least Vrains did kind of stick with how the actual game works, though,
yeah.
which was nice.
Something that baffles me because I didn't realize this until later, or until like a rewatch of Arc 5. Apparently, Reggie was the world championship before learning a single summoning method, and I'm like, how? No, that's impossible. How? Like, apparently
Alright,
his battle
all
with Yuya was his first time using any summoning method, and he did them all. Like, what? No, that's stupid.
wait, really?
Yes, according to lore. When he at least first time he did it in public, because when he did it, a few of the characters say, but he's never used a summoning method before, and I'm like, what? Never? How was he world champ if he didn't? And that's more impressive. And that's so impressive. I literally don't believe it.
I mean, a lot of his cards aren't even that strong.
He's pretty strong by the end, but I'm still just like baffled. I'm like, what deck was he running? 'Cause you could probably assume all the DDD cards are like new, like his new deck, I guess. And he
Yeah,
ran like a different archetype before.
yeah, that makes sense since the DDDs were probably experimental. Because Savant and Kepler and Galileo aren't they?
Yeah, because they're the
Be- That's
manufactured
why
pendulums.
their scales actually decrease and
Hmm.
increase.
Hmm.
Which is kind of cool they kept it in their actual card forms, but
I think they buffed it in the card form.
yeah, Declan and Sylvia were like the only two people who dealt anything to Zark. Because I mean, Sylvia had like a whole plan, but then they're like, "Well, Zark has infinite protection from all of your cards." It's
I,
like,
I understand I think Reggie went into the fight knowing he wasn't gonna do shit. He just needed to stall, which is fine by me. Like I
and
like
then he blitzed Zark.
you know,
Dude, that was a cold scene after he hit him with High King Alexander, and he just pushed his glasses up like your move.
oh, do my favorite moment from I hate and love but like remember Spectre from Vrains,
Oh,
and he got like
I
one of the most badass deaths ever in the whole franchise. Then they bring him back to life just for him to get like kicked in the shin and die again. Like, oh, cool. Well, you could have just
I
kept him
hated
dead.
I hate Lightning. I feel like every time Lightning dueled, I just kind of hated it.
Okay, yeah, they did change. I was right. They did buff Kepler in the actual card form because it kills monsters except DD monsters in the actual card, while in the show it kills regardless of monster archetype.
Oh,
Because like he destroys his own monsters by accident in the anime, but in the actual card it doesn't destroy DDs. Yeah, why'd they bring Spectre back just to have him die again, but in a worse
I mean,
way?
not only I mean they did give him like a good duel, but
And they gave
then
him a reason because like they gave a reason why he could like why other characters could come back to life that arc except him because they were like, oh, Lightning used his like life force to protect himself from death. Like, boom, there. You have a reason why he's the only character that perma dies this season. Boom, you had the reason. Then they just said, nah, nah, he doesn't perma
and
die
then
either.
in like I think the next season after, I just beats him
Yeah, in the
off
background.
screen.
Yeah, and with no lines. And some people like to excuse like, oh, he was one of the characters because this happens a few times in Yu-Gi-Oh, where they just like give a random character a super famous Japanese voice actor, so then they have to cut him out of parts of the show because the actor's busy. And I'm like that doesn't change that they could have just not brought him back to life.
I loved all of the Spectre's faces he did every time
Spectre's
he dueled.
great. I'm so glad Sun Avalons finally came to the game like last year.
I will say I actually did I kind of wished we had more. The one thing that I really liked is after Earth died, Spectre actually was really sad
Yeah.
since his connection was to Earth. And I was like, huh, they actually did touch on that. I'm actually a little surprised.
Surprise. They did my boy Spectre dirty.
They still haven't even added the most broken Sun Avalon yet.
Oh wait, they forgot one still?
It's Sun Avalon Bloom or Sunvine Bloom.
Uh,
It's his one trap card where
oh, it's trap.
if he takes damage, he special summons a token, links with it, and then every time he heals, he deals effect damage to the opponent equal to the attack.
I think they just
Equal
didn't want
to
to
the
release another broken link, but I'm like, but even Sun Avalons and Sunvine suck. Even though I love them.
it's the trap card.
There you go, Sun Avalon. Oh no, it's in the TCG. It says maybe it's just heavily nerfed. Sun Avalon Bloom. Let me find it properly on the wiki. Yeah, it's in the TCG. When this card, oh my god, I choked on my spit for a moment. When this card is activated, if you control a Link 4 or higher plant monster, when this effect resolves, negate all face-up monsters your opponent currently controls. During damage calculation, if a plant Link monster battles, you activate this effect. It gains attack equal to the combined attack of all monsters it points to until the end of the turn. Parentheses. These effects persist even if this card leaves the field. End parentheses. You can only use the effect of Sun Avalon Bloom once per turn, and you can only activate one Sun Avalon Bloom once per turn. Huh.
I muted myself. I meant Glorious Growth.
Oh.
Yeah. Gain LP to the damage you took. Basically, special
I
summon a
use that a
token.
ton.
Immediately resolves. Link one summon Link a Sun Avalon Link monster. Gain LP to the damage token. If you gain LP, inflict that much damage to your opponent.
Yeah. I think the only every Sun Avalon deck I could find doesn't even use the normal trap card that did get added. It just uses a bunch of staples and
I
the Sun
know
Avalon, like two Sunvine cards.
Sunvine.
Yeah.
I know Sunvine Sewing got added that a lot of people have been. It's in Burst of Destiny. but it's surprisingly not in Masters yet. Dual Masters.
That's weird. You sure? Like they have a pack that only has every card in the game. It's just really hard to get cards because you're rolling a big die. It
But at
might be in
least you
that
can
pack.
kind of you can unlock secret
Yeah,
like
secret packs that
because
make it
I
easier to get specific cards.
because that's what I'm trying to do with that Ignisters right now. I'm like, I just want these damn cards. And then you can just kind of grind up cards to get other cards, which is nice.
Yeah, I was grinding a lot, but then I'm like, oh man, I'm not grinding enough to get the deck I want. And I can't really play any other game modes except ranked. But ranked is either people using the default deck or people running an OP deck in bronze. I'm like,
Lord,
bro, why are you running this in bronze? How are you still in bronze?
probably because they just finally finished it. Like, I'm gonna go beat the
Yeah.
Blue Eyes Scrubs. Because every new person is like, I'm gonna get the Blue Eyes. It's like, you're gonna get your teeth kicked in.
I saw a lot of people running the default deck, not not one of the 3 starter decks that you get, the default.
Oh my lord.
And I did that too in my first ranked game because it was confusing on how I selected my deck, so it just didn't select anything other than the default. So I had to mirror match someone with default deck. So I understand why people are going with default. It just might be that it didn't select your deck that you wanted.
Yeah.
Oh, money.
It is interesting to see what the next deck that is gonna get support.
I kind of want to watch, or I kind of want to watch Reigns again, but Reigns has a shitty start because they just they make every link summon last 40 seconds each. It's like it'll be like you get a 40-second summoning animation for a link one, for a link spider.
Yeah.
And that's just so annoying to sit through.
I will say the duel versus Revolver and Playmate, the fourth round was, is it round 3 or round 4?
I fucking love when they just 'cause I hate speed duels. They're at least interesting in actual anime instead of like how boring they are in real life and in Duel Links. But
Yeah.
I was so happy when Master Duel showed up right at the end, or right at the end of a mini arc they had, and I'm like, oh my god, Master Duel, oh my god. Like I love how Revolver became my instant favorite character because do you know what he said when he challenged to a Master Duel? It's like it's
But
called a Master Duel because this is what real duelists play, and I'm like, oh fuck yeah, that's how you win me over.
my god,
Real duelists play
I
Master
loved
Duel.
when Revolver uses topologic bomber and I was like, isn't that isn't that a cyber sponsor? And he's like, you gotta fight poison with poison. I'm like, I love this man so much.
How do you even get a
Yep.
Cyburst card? Because where did I think they explained at some point in season 2. But where did even Yusaku get his Cyburst? Because he found them in at the end of an ARG. But where did they come from in
It's
the ARG?
explained in like season 3. I was the one who I basically made the rumor
Oh, yeah.
in the map, and then basically kind of what's the word?
Palpatine did.
Yeah, he basically Palpatined it so that Yusaku would get the Cybers cards.
Mhm.
And
Or how-
Revolver got his from his skill.
His skill that just yoinks code from people. That just
So
steals
he
code. How do you even get skills? Don't make sense in the anime because it's like, how do you get a skill? It's like, I don't know, maybe you program it or something. But how do all
well,
these
I mean,
normies have skills?
well, I think it's because Link Brains is supposed to be like a virtual video game because they have like character creation and all
But
this other
skills, the
stuff.
first skill ever seemed to be made by like AI himself.
They probably just it's probably like when you use Pendulum and literally Declan's like, "Oh, I'm gonna make these myself now."
Yeah, but when he made them, he had to use like billions of dollars, and like in Arc 5, making a card takes like research and like power plants and shit. And even then, Declan's or Reggie's were like shit at the start.
And then yeah, and then he just like later just handed them out like candy.
It's also implied that like making a card is like, or at least in Arc 5, making a card is like really hard, and like you don't get exactly what you want. Like you can't just make a I play this card and I win thing.
And then it's like and Brains is just probably all programming.
Yeah.
And since
The only thing
Revolver's a
I could think
hacker,
of is like I made the code, and then like because he put it into the code, it became like in the system, and you could like kind of manipulate it to make your own, I guess, or something.
yeah, kind of like how the old Link Brains is still in the new one.
Yeah. Like they do explain like why the coding is so weird, because like usually you just go like, oh, it's the fantasy version of coding, whatever, it's non-realistic. When they explain like the coding is like basically you have to play by the AI's rules, like the Ignister rules, which is like Yu-Gi-Oh. So you can't just like directly hack it because the code's too advanced. The code's too advanced, and the fucking programming language is a card game. Too encrypted.
Man, I would say they definitely did like a very poor go. Had like what no wins. I think he like won once against an off character. Same with like Blue Angel.
Wait, who?
Blue Angel,
No, the first character you mentioned.
Go and Izuka.
Yeah.
Both of them like did nothing.
Yeah.
At least Ghost Girl did nothing, but she admitted she did nothing.
I wish I did like more, because she was like, yeah.
Which I gotta admit is
She got
funny
like a
that the
bunch of costume changes to represent her character growth, but she didn't have any.
which I think is funny how Altergeist, Trickstars, and Gokis were the top played cards in the real life, and they just shit on them in the anime.
Yeah.
Literally, they were like, "Oh, like these are meta in real life, not in the anime." Like they just did not care at all. Cause like I'm guessing like like in Duel Masters, it doesn't go up to Burst of Destiny.
Bad.
Like, they really did good on the Masters list because at least Dragoon and Mystic Mine are banned.
Based.
Which Gumblar's banned, which I don't think Gumblar should be banned. All the Exodia pieces are set to 1.
As they should always be. Perfectly
Imagine.
balanced.
Card Destruction, Harpy's Feather Duster, Monster Reborn, and Regeki are all at 1.
When did card destruction come back? I think that was banned forever. I don't even know when it came off.
Hold is still at 2, which is ironic because we used Call by the Grave to stop hand traps.
Yeah.
Odin Stromberg is at 2 as well. Surprised Malicious is still not off the semi-limited list. I feel like every time it comes off the semi-limited list, it gets punched back in it.
Forever trapped.
And fossils from like Jim Crocodile,
Yeah.
which I'm still waiting on Armatos Legio, but
Remember, it is canon to the Yu-Gi-Oh main timeline that dinosaur bones make you immune to psychics. Fun fact. Thanks, Yu-Gi-Oh GX.
Yu-Gi-Oh! GX is weird.
I love Yu-Gi-Oh GX, dude.
I like how their explanation why Jaden's card never faded because his battle spirit was too high.
What card?
The beasts, I forget what they're called. The god cards.
Sacred Beasts.
Thank you. They're like, oh, the sacred beasts are basically the decrepit versions of the god cards.
Yeah, god cards, but worse in every way.
And then they gave god cards actual fucking support. It is kind of interesting that they gave the god cards support of what happened in the anime. But they gave Obelisk a. It's not technically Obelisk's card, but it's like. God, what is. I forget what's the spell card Kaiba uses against Ishizu to tribute all of her monsters.
That
It's like Soul Exchange.
card already existed.
Yeah, but in the anime it affected all 3 of her monsters, so they made
Ah.
it into an actual card. Unlike in the game where it only targets like 1.
Yeah, you target one monster or something.
Which is interesting.
So exchange. Target one monster, and then you must tribute that monster. Okay, yeah, so yeah, just target one, then soul exchange enemy. Let's see what the both players contribute monsters controlled by their opponent. Works both ways. What? That's weird.
They also made Phoenix Enforcer a Destiny hero as well.
It did?
Yeah.
Huh.
Destiny Hero Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer.
Oh yeah, that one.
So it became it became an honorary.
Hmm. I like how they fucking in Yu-Gi-Oh! GX they like explained how fusions work, but in like a stupid way. Like you know how like everyone has like an abnormously long big fusion deck in GX. Obviously that was in during that era the fusion deck limit was 30, but they explain why they also have more than 30 cards in their fusion decks. And it's because fusion monsters work by as long as you know what the two monsters you have make, you can summon it. You know, without like you don't have to have the card. Where like the card just comes into existence. Like at any point, Jaden could have summoned Phoenix Enforcer if he just knew Phoenix Enforcer existed, but he didn't. Like they actually say there, it's like, wait, how did you use those two? And then Aster's like, didn't you know you can just summon any card as long as you know the materials? It's like, what?
My lord.
Yeah, at any
Or
point, if
like
he knew Phoenix Enforcer existed, he could have used it. That's why the fusion deck is absurdly large.
not only that, it was weird how Zayn lost every single match he ever played.
Not every single one. He won one.
He like
No, he won two.
like as soon as he graduated, he lost against Aster and then lost. And then he's like, I'm now evil, so I am super.
Evil.
And then he has a heart attack.
Yeah, and fucking dies, but then doesn't.
And then he comes back. And then he has more heart attacks.
Yeah. Because the Dark Cyber Dragons strain the heart of whoever uses them. Unless
I
you're
thought,
Cyrus.
I thought it was because his cards always wanted to win, so like it, which I still
Yeah.
it's weird. They're like, oh, his cards always wanted to win, so it strained his heart, and not him participating in underground duels where he was electrocuted to death.
No, they also say that the reason why Cyrus is no longer effective is because they wanted to grow, and he wasn't allowing them to grow. And because Cyrus let them grow by combining them with his roid monsters, they no longer harm Cyrus. Meanwhile, Zane just wanted to win, so they weren't growing.
Stupid Yu-Gi-Oh plot.
Yu-Gi-Oh! No. You know my favorite part? Bell's pronouns are it in the sub
Oh,
because
really?
it's a card that she's referred to as an object, so it.
That's
In
funny.
the dub, obviously one boob, so it has to be a girl. But wait, no, Yubel is referred to as it unless she is possessing someone. Then she is referred to by whoever pronouns she is possessed.
AKA just Jesse.
Well, no, it was two dudes, two separate dudes.
Jesse and what, Marcel, I think.
Yeah, Marcel.
I would say the Crystal Darks, I think, would have been like an interesting concept to do, though. Kind of like Cyber Darks, but Crystal Darks.
Oh boy. Oops. Okay, there we go.
That's the case. Technically, in Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal, Yuma had the largest extra deck.
Yeah.
and he only summoned Utopia.
Yeah. The only thing that's OP about the numbers in lore is that they just so not OP but weird about lore numbers is that the number it is dependent on whoever first gets it, and then that's it. Their personality decides what the card does. Like, dang! Imagine all those people who just had shitty personalities and got the worst number cards in the world.
Not only that, but I love how in the whole anime, the only time they're effective not being able to be destroyed by an Xyz except a number is Yuma
Shark.
versus no, Yuma versus the one guy. I can't think of his name. Alphias. That is
Ooh.
the only time where it comes up. Because every
Because
other time
everyone
it's like,
just has a number monster after that.
well, everyone has a number monster, or they negate the monster's number monster's effect, so it doesn't ever work. Alphias genuinely doesn't negate the effect and just beats the crap out of Yuma.
Wait, that's like an effect? Like it can be negated by like skill
Yeah,
train? I
yeah,
thought it
you
was just
could
like
lit-
I thought it was like a rule basically. Like a universal law.
no,
It's an effect.
yeah, it's an effect because
Damn, it's not written on the cards.
he uses
Like in the
Shark
anime
uses
versions it's not written on the cards.
yeah, like Shark uses God, Black Lancer or something to negate Utopia's effect and destroys it.
That's stupid.
So it's like
There's
it
a
only
card in
comes
the
up.
Zexal manga. Its ability is like like it's like seize effect. It's a number card, by the way. It can't affect female monsters. Let me find it. Remember when I was looking up like gender in Yu-Gi, like I found a Wikipedia page called "List of Female Monsters in Yu-Gi-Oh." and it's like gender on Yu-Gi-Oh cards has some gameplay effect in the manga. I was like, oh, and that's how I found a special card. Number
Oh my god,
22,
that's
Zombie
funny.
Stein. It cannot attack female monsters
Oh my god, that's funny.
in the manga. Then there's in the anime and manga, Shadow Eyes turns male monsters to attack position, but not female monsters.
Man, imagine playing Dragon Maids. It's like I think every era had god cards except
Gonna say 5Ds.
Vrains
Oh.
and Arc 5.
I was gonna say 5Ds, but because some people forget the Nordic monsters, which were technically god cards.
I mean, they were legitimately god
Yeah, they were
cards.
like fucking enormous, and I love how they have like they're basically protagonists, but they're in the wrong anime.
What?
Because they have like they have the rune eyes, and they have these like badass shit, and they're not they're the protagonists of their own anime, and I find that so funny.
Because in like what the Egyptian god, the sacred beasts, Nordics, and then like Zexo was like what manga only, but they were like,
I guess you could call the number monsters their god cards, but that's too
well, they
many.
weren't like.
Not a trio, which makes it less cool.
Didn't they have like something else, like the Wicked archetype in Zexo?
I thought the Wicked was GX.
Was that GX?
I think that was
I
GX
don't
manga.
because I know they were in like some manga. Because I think
Wicked.
they were
It's the Wicked
related to
avatars.
Pegasus. Yeah, the Wicked avatars.
Wicked.
Because I guess even in like
I don't know.
maybe they just stopped doing the god archetype because technically you could count all of the Earthbound Immortals as god cards too.
Yeah, but usually you count god cards for like the good guy stuff. But the Azir were fucking the good guys of their own story.
I kind of like how they actually finally gave good support to the Aesir.
Yeah, finally. Took them forever. It's still not that good, even though they're like my favorite archetype.
Yeah, I play Acer in like Duel Links sometimes because it's actually halfway decent.
Nice. I wish I played Duel Links, but can't can't get into it now because it's one of those games where if you ever stopped playing since the beginning, you're either gonna have to blow $10 billion or you're just fucked. You can't play.
Well, I mean, if you get on I mean, most of the characters you can get because they've been adding them for like without events, and then you can just kind of grind gems and like pull on whatever box. That's what a lot of people do. They just start over, get like a whole bunch of free gems, pull on the newest box. Which I guess like it doesn't work anymore because of how boxes work. But like I know like Yuto is coming the 24th, and I'm actually I like Phantom Knights. I
Yeah.
notice you're doing runes. Are these
Yeah.
Norse runes?
No, these are ones that I made up. I just keep fucking them up. I have a font that I made, and it's on my reference screen right now. I just typed it
Yeah.
out in the font I made, but then I'm like, recently I've been thinking that it would look better if I hand drew them, especially because I can't make text curve around the circle in
Yeah.
in CSP. So I think it's better if I'm trying to start hand drawing them again because I used to, but I'm trying to fucking I'm not good at spacing. But
Yeah.
just try drawing them really small.
I'm just casually watching the stream.
Yeah, because I want my own runes because I don't like. There's some runes I don't like, and then there's like, well, I don't know what these mean, and you know, so I just do my own.
Yeah.
I just try shrinking these ones because these ones are getting big already. Okay, let's try this. I'll just do this size, and I'll try to make the word fit. I also, because it's my alphabet, I gotta choose the fucking letters. I ditched letters that I call the most useless fucking letters in the alphabet, like C and Y and Q. Useless letters, completely useless in language.
Apparently
Should not
someone
exist.
said Zexal had Numeron Dragon, but it's not exactly similar.
Hmm.
Zark.
Yeah, Zark doesn't count. These like I mean, you could count the four dragons, the dimensional dragons, but Zark himself doesn't count because that's more like just the bad guy card. Like you don't count Divine Serpent Gay as a god card,
Well,
you
I
know?
mean, it's like
Because usually they have to be in a set.
Slumber something. Zushin was technically as powerful as the god cards, but just had terrible like summoning requirements.
Mhm.
Which is like poor Zushin. Oh yeah, they had Raw in GX. I forgot about that.
Yeah, he appeared for a little bit.
Which I think was kind of cool.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, number 100,000.
Nimron
They hated.
Moroni.
Yeah, some people are saying the dimensional. Like, I mean, technically Raw was used by a bad guy, so I don't think it's like.
Yeah, but he was like collected by the good guy too.
Well, yeah, to an extent.
Like I think them being spread up among people is what is the important part with calling it a guard card. It's like it has to be part of a set and it has to be spread up between people.
Wait, the Acer were divine in the show? Are they not
Yeah, they're
divine?
divine type and divine beast.
Are they divine in the real card game?
No, they're light, spellcaster warrior, and beast warrior to match with the Nordic monsters.
Oh.
Yeah, it's sad. Okay, I'm just taking my font and I'm gonna manually just like make it curve. I got tired of trying to write them.
GX had the legendary planets?
Oh, that's manga.
Okay, I was like, I've never seen.
Legendary plants are the main the main boss cards, except Yugi or not. Sorry, Jaden's ace monster is not Neos. It's the legendary card for Earth. It's a legendary planet card for Earth.
Oh yeah, because the
And
whole
Aster's
spaceship in
dad didn't
season
make
2.
the Destiny Hero cards. He made the legendary planets while being threatened by Satan to make them.
Oh.
He was like, make these cards. And he was like, I don't want it. Then he made the cards and he got fucking axed.
I like how fucked up Plasma was in the anime.
Who?
Like, he literally just absorbed people, and they just stopped talking about that.
Who's. I don't know who this is. My brain is blanking.
Destiny Hero Plasma.
Yeah.
It
Absorb
was
people.
just a monster card. Like, he was like the ultimate D hero card. They had like faces poking out of his wings and shit, and I was like, this is on brand for Yu-Gi-Oh, but like, damn.
Fun fact, the voice actor for Sartorius, I think is how his name is.
Is Dio.
Yeah, in Japanese. And they both say the world.
Not to the extent like Dio does,
He
but that would
does
have been
it pretty
awesome.
good. He like I have a clip saved where he goes number Arcana Force number 21 Zawarudo. It's so fucking good.
I guess a lot of people are in agreement that the dimensional dragons are like the god cards.
Yeah. Have you heard the a theory that's been going around recently about the ritual dimension?
No, I
And then
haven't.
that's where Vrains takes place, a future version of the ritual dimension. Because each dimension is based on the timeline that most used their summoning method. And the ritual dimension, obviously, the time that most used ritual monsters was ancient Egypt. So like it wouldn't be advanced at all. It'd be like no one would go there because it wouldn't just be worth anyone's time to go there. It'd just be like, fucking who wants to take over ancient Egypt? Sounds fucking
It's
boring.
also like Yusei is in the synchro dimension from what people were saying. He's just chilling with Akiza.
Weird that
I'm
Crow wouldn't
just
try getting him or anything, if that's true.
I guess you didn't know Crow.
The theory I heard for why the protagonists aren't there is just like because Zark is the one who basically split the dimensions out of throwing a hissy fit. He would want only people who could help his personalities get stronger but not defeat him exist. So he wouldn't want the protagonist because the protagonist could probably kick his fucking ass. But he
Because
wouldn't want like
isn't
Crow
that
because Crow could like teach his. You want like Crow and Jack because they could like teach him how to kick ass better, but not be able to kill him.
I'm pretty sure that's what he says in the anime too,
Oh, does he
though.
just straight up say that?
Yeah, he's straight.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember exactly what it says, but I remember him just being like, he's like, I just brought who the fuck I wanted to who I could beat is what he I think what he
Remember,
says.
Zane exists in the GX world, Infusion Dimension.
Yeah, because
There's an
Rio
Easter egg in the background,
Marufuji, yeah, is on the board.
and there's a good theory that it's implied that he's dead, like he
Yeah,
died in the war.
and then He died in like the Xyz dimension or something like that.
Yeah. It's because like
Because
how he's like written on the board is more like how you would talk about an old war hero and not how you would talk about someone who's currently alive.
it's also
And I like that. That's cool.
really interesting that depending on which of the U's possesses Yuya, their deck changes.
Yeah, it's cool.
Oh boy,
But
that's
it's so cheating in Zexal when Yuya does that. Or not Yuya, Yuma. It's just like,
yeah.
what? You can't just high five a ghost and get a new ass deck. That's cheating.
You
Like,
can't just
you,
change your spell card to a Numeron force.
and it's so dumb. Like to me, the funny part is, it's like kind of fine with Yuma going Super Saiyan and just having new cards, but technically they're a different person. So like, you can't just tag out. You're tagging out. Cheater.
Yuya's like, I'm tagging out Yuto, you take over, and he's like, it's like, okay, I got my Phantom Knights right here.
Also, hi Soulfall. I'm doing pretty good. How are you? Yeah.
I did love that scene when they fought Lulu and Selena, and he busts the wall open in the back.
God, there's so many good scenes from Arc 5.
There's like a good amount of I like the rage scene.
Yes.
Also high so fall.
Yeah. I've muted to say to hi to him.
Oh, I have the stream muted, so
Mood.
I didn't want to hear me and
Oh,
you
no, that's fair.
twice.
I'm just, yeah.
But I have it open at least. I'm enjoying the drawing.
See, I think this is all I need. Oh, wait. What do I want that? Oh, let me hide this so I can actually see the circle more. What kind of word should I put in the middle? Well, not the middle, but maybe these like four prongs. I put something there and these four heart thingies. Pull out my 20 font. Yes.
I mean, what's the art gonna be used for?
No fucking clue. I'm just doing a daily drawing every day all year, so
Let's say you could put like your socials in them.
in fucking runes. In rune.
I mean, why not?
They'd all look pretty much the same because it's just the same. Also, this alphabet is based on sound, so it's not like writing my socials would be weird. What letters do I not have? I don't have like that's. What letters do I not? I'm pressing random keys on my keyboard till I find the letters I don't have. Like Y, Q. What else did I remove? X. X is a useless letter. I moved that from my alphabet. I love when people tell me that, like, oh, Q isn't useless. You can't make the qu sound. I'm like, yeah, you can. KWA. Got him. Qu sound.
Salt.
Q is useless. Some people will have the balls to tell me X isn't a useless letter. Like, X
How
either
else
makes
would
the Z
they?
sound or it makes EKS. It's useless.
How else would they say xylophone?
With a Z.
Oh my lord! Out of all the U boys, which deck was you think the
I hate we don't get to
best?
see Yuto's deck except twice. He duels twice before he's fucking absorbed.
I think. Oh yeah. Well, he duels 3 times.
Oh yeah, the third time he gets fucking absorbed.
No, the third time is that the fourth time where he duels
Uh,
Selena and
I want to say
Lulu.
Yuya's, but it's kind of cheating to say Yuya's because he eventually has everyone.
You know what's really interesting is Yuto left half of his cards.
Yeah.
If which is interesting because he just conveniently leaves the Xyz dimension and leaves half of his deck behind of like all of the good cards, and then Yuya just picks them up like these are mine now.
Yeah. Just something
At least like
you know something they don't explain in any Yu-Gi-Oh, but they finally they do explain it in sevens. Like, how does character get better version of their like archetype that like is only that's supposed to be like one of a kind? Like you know you ever thought that? Like just how did they get more of that archetype? Like how did Yusaku get more Cyburst cards? How did Yuya get more pendulum cards? Like his special pendulums at least. You know?
well, I think for like Yusaku, I just
I mean
was
other
like,
than
here
his
I printed
he only ever
more.
gets like link monsters. But like how does he get like his non-link monsters? Like how does he get more of those?
I think maybe I just gives him some since he's a
Yeah,
part of like
Elcor,
the
we're talking about
code.
Yu-Gi-Oh.
But like Jaden was like, yeah, I went to fucking space.
I went to
I
space.
I I love Pegasus is like, I haven't printed these cards yet. Where the fuck? He's like, where the fuck did you get these?
Yeah. But like
That was so
they
funny.
explain it in sevens. Do you know how? You want to hear the X because the main character gets like there's only one copy of a sevens road card, and then later he appears with sevens road like a girl knight or whatever. And then the character's like, "What? How do you get that? There's only supposed to be one sevens road card, and it says ace." And it's like one guy who's like, he's basically Kaiba, like he runs Blue Eyes, and he's like duelists with great like spirit are able to draw new cards to them. And I'm like, what? Like that's just a throwaway line they give. I'm like, what? So just like being cool, I'll just like wake up and be like, huh, where'd this card come from? Well, it looks powerful, and just slip it into my deck.
At least with like the regular Yu-Gi-Oh, it
It's
made
just so funny
sense.
to me.
Pegasus made all of them where Kaiba just printed some shit.
Yeah, when yeah, but like even Pegasus had a limit. Like he had to use his like Egyptian magic to make new cards. But like that doesn't explain how like Yuki gets like just random better cards, like seemingly random.
And then Kaiba's just like, I'm Kaiba, and then they just magically appear.
Or he steals them from Pegasus.
That fucking movie, man.
Reminder, if you don't know, uh, what's it? The Dimension movie? I forget what it's called.
Dark
DDoS.
Side of
Dark Side of
Dimensions.
Dimensions. Yeah. Uh, it takes place in the manga canon, not the anime canon.
Oh yeah, because Kaiba didn't know
Where the Pharaoh went.
where the final duel took place.
Yeah, he wasn't there when anime he was, so he didn't get that closure.
I like how Kaiba's like, I don't fucking. Can we just talk about how he literally went to the past to fight the Fair?
Oh no, I thought he just died. I thought he went to the afterlife.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know if he went to the past or he just went to the afterlife.
I
He's
assumed
like,
he just
I'm
went to the afterlife and was like, "I'm good. One of us is dying here, and it ain't gonna be me." Man, oh fuck! I wrote something funny about that when I originally watched it. I'm like, Kaiba, so mad, goes to the afterlife to beat the shit out of a dead person.
get you a girl like Kaiba.
So mad. Hold on, let me look it up. Does Kaiba go back in time? That's a top search, so I guess that is
Because
on
I know
there.
when he goes all the way, he uses the elevator in some capacity. I don't know if it just like crashed and he died or like.
He just died, but he is like the suit, and it was like life force into me. like getting destroyed. Okay, here's the question: did he time travel, jump dimensions, or did he just kill himself? What did Kaiba do at the end of Dark Side Dimensions?
Love that.
Uh, the guy was
Also, Elcor, I'm Shinji
Hi
from the
Alex.
manga.
Hi Alex, the boss. How you doing? Let's see.
Howdy, Alex.
Time travel, jump to. Uh, okay, I was right. There's a character that tells Kaiba that it's possible to go to the afterlife without dying. So that's probably what he did. It's probably the afterlife. I assume it's the afterlife and not time travel because Yami or Atem smiles at him. And he shouldn't know who he is if it's the past. You should be like, wait, Priest Seto, why is there a clone of you here? Guards, stab this man immediately. Guards, stab the doppelganger.
Man, it'd be it would be really sad if he still gets his ass fucking
He
handed to
would get his
him.
ass handed to him. It's fucking a Tem. One of my favorite moments in Dark Side Dimensions is a confusing movie, but one of my favorite moments is like Kaiba sort of recognizing that Yugi is better than him at the end. But like, not saying it. He's like, I still want to fight Atem. Fuck you.
Yeah, because
Like, damn it, he is better than me. Shit. Also, I do kind of hate Atem returning to the afterlife for 7 seconds just to win. I
he
didn't like
just
that.
plays Mahad and
Because they also like, because they say at the end of fucking Yu-Gi-Oh! That you can't reopen the door to the afterlife. It's closed forever now. Closed forever. Atem just comes in like an airstrike and then just kicks ass. Like what? That's not what closed forever means.
I think it's probably because the puzzle was still around. And then Atem is like, I'm getting rid of this. He's like, I don't want to come back. I'm getting rid of this. I would like if they redid the first ever, like the first anime series in the Dark Side of Dimension style. And we get to see in 4K that turtle launching something at the castle.
A lot of people do complain, like I think too much about the original. So like they break the rules. And it's like there were no rules yet. They literally had not yet written the rules. There are no
I kind of
rules to break.
I kind of like the later seasons of the first one. I think most of the, because I don't know, there wasn't really that many good duels in like the starting seasons,
Hmm.
other than Kaiba wanting to kill himself.
I love that fight.
Like that was funny. It's like I will jump off, because I think in the
In the
sub he
dub,
just says,
yeah, in the dub, yeah, they say, those shockwaves will send me over.
in the
And the
sub he's like he just straight up, I would have jump if
that
I
I will
lose.
jump if my life points go to 0. Fight me.
I'm like,
Oh, I just heard my washer go off, and my sister told me to text her when it went off.
and Atem's like, I'll fucking kill him.
I'll kill him. I'll do it.
Atem was like, I don't care, I'll kill him.
I think my sister heard it. I can hear her. What even is my sister in my phone, bro? I can't even find it. There it is. There you go. Okay. You don't fucking do it. Kaiba fucking dies the end. Mm.
I mean, imagine.
Imagine what?
I kind of wonder if, like, could any of the, well, say the what only antagonist that hasn't lost to the main character was Kite.
Really? I don't remember Zexel because I didn't watch it too much.
But thinking there was like two rivals in Zexal. There was Shark and Kite,
Yeah, sure.
and then Arc 5 was just like we have no rivals.
People like saying that Reggie was the rival, and I'm like, no.
According to Konami, he's the rival because they
Yeah,
did
which I
the
don't
rival
agree, because
box.
the Abyss Actors guy is more of his rival. Reggie's just there most of the time.
They did Silvio dirty, I
Who?
swear. So Shingo Sawatari,
Uh,
he's the Abyss actors.
Rip.
They like during the synchro dimension, Yuya and Yugo synchronized to beat him. I'm like, what is this tomfoolery?
Got fucking trolled, that's what.
Oh, you're trying to make it look like it's on the ground.
Yeah.
I was confused for a sec.
Yeah, I draw them right up first because it looks better. It's easier.
Then again, I think Jack beat Yusei as well.
Yeah. Do you know what this pose was listed as when I found it?
What?
It's listed as person carrying two presents. Like, who crosses? What? Why are their legs crossed then?
So it almost looks like the Frieza pose.
Oh my god, it is, I think. I think it is the Frieza pose. Except the hands are forward and out. An open palm. There we go. Wait. Some of the text is missing. Where the fuck did that text go? Yeah, the text is missing here. Oh. Oh, it's gone on the original too. Did I delete it? Did I delete the text? What? No, it's there, but why isn't it showing up?
What the Pokemon doing?
Oh yeah, so full salty that we call him a femboy, so he's trying to call me a Pokemon. But it's not catching on so far, so sucks to be him.
Or Sofal got bullied.
Got bullied and he's trying to turn it back around, but it's just not working.
R.I.P. Sofal. I am no femboy.
Yes, you are. You even spelt it like a femboy would. So, well, you know that's just not true.
Let's say what you'd be what a normal type Pokemon if you were one.
You saying it because I told a story how like two people in one day, one time like a year ago, thought I was a Lycanroc or whatever the Pokemon is.
Oh,
Even though I look,
Lycanroc.
yeah, I look nothing like it. It was
I
just
was
funny.
best
Two people in one
say
day, two separate, unrelated people.
you don't really look like a I'd say like
Two people in one day. It was so funny. It was really funny when it happened. And then never again.
yeah, I could see Soma like Okami, but not really Lycanroc.
Okami. I'd accept
Like
Okami. Just the red.
like so I think like the only thing, but like I've never seen anything close to that kind of design, so
Yeah.
I'm actually surprised they even like I think in the dub they kept Yusaku's death, I believe.
Yusaku's dead. Like him getting gunned down by the military.
I think so.
Nice.
Which I'm like surprised about.
Remember Dennis's suicide in Arc 5?
I remember yeah, or how they killed Greg.
Bomber.
Ma-
I have a
Arc
clip.
5
Yeah. When I you go.
5Ds was like they never really said how any of the Darksiders came Darksiders, but in the manga they're like, yeah, they fucking died.
It's implied they die in the anime.
Really?
Yeah, it's implied. You just they don't say it blatantly. Because Carly falls off of a roof. We know that what's his face, the Infernity guy. We know he died in prison. Bomber, it's implied that he was killed by goons from what's his face, Goodwin.
Bomber?
Yeah, Bomber. Oh, he's
I don't
Gregor. That's his dub. That's
Oh,
his sub
great.
dub name. Bomber in the sub and the manga.
I thought Gregor fought Roman's brother and lost.
I don't
Because
really. I think his death has something to do with Goodwin.
he gets hung, I think, in the sub.
Yeah, brutal. Wait, what? Oh, I didn't put my topic back up after I changed my drawing. Good enough. I still call him Bomber because I have a funny clip where from the Yu-Gi-Oh sub where Yusei goes Bomber, and then it cuts to Bomber making a face, and then like out of nowhere, like a demon face appears, like at like 50% opacity, and it plays like a sound effect. It's so fucking funny to me. Well, I'll send it to VC. I'll find it. I have it downloaded. Whoa, that's funny. Dub is wild, or the sub is wild too.
I also kind of like how they destroyed Jack and Carly's relationship because of their voice actor.
Oh, you know the voice actor story? Nice.
Yeah,
How many people do?
I was like, because literally after the whole voice actor thing, they were like, well, we gotta get rid of all of the cultist stuff, and it's just
Yeah.
like, but why?
Contract they couldn't. I think it's like contract they can't replace the character voice actor, and like it's usually a taboo in Japan to replace voice actors. So it's just get rid of the character.
Also, is it me or in the dub they changed Crow's voice actor like halfway through?
I don't know because I just hate Crow. Crow is so boring, and they only He was getting a bad guy, but then they last second changed it because Black Wings were popular IRL.
Oh yeah, because he was gonna be the final villain,
Yeah,
which would have made more sense.
and
But yeah.
Luca was gonna be the signer.
Oh yeah. I mean, he got sub-signer status, but
Yeah, at the end. Look in VC. I sent them the bomber video. So funny.
oh my. I just I see that.
It's so good. Why he just says Momo and then he does that. I
5Ds was pretty good,
love
though.
Fighters.
I think overall, even though technically the loss against Callan was kind of they
Yeah,
just
well,
had to crash the dual runner for some reason.
that's a rule in the manga. And, well, not really. In the manga, you lose if you crash.
I will say I kind of liked how Arc 5 did the speed duels, not needing speed spells and stuff.
Yeah, no, I miss speed spells.
Oh well,
I
this
especially
is
like they kept something because it's kind of weird how like little speed duels even matter.
I kind of hopefully they'll add the new Earthbound Immortals to the game. The ones that the Russian guy used, Sergey.
Yeah.
I like how he had a BDSM deck though. He used the BDSM deck against Zeus. Then he's like, "Oh, now we're using the Earthbound Immortals." I think Soulfall wants an explanation.
I will never explain Sofal. Sofal already knows why he's a femboy.
R.I.P. Soulfall. One day maybe. Was there any 5D's deck that has never been added? I think.
I think there's one, I remember. I gotta pick a light source now. Let's go.
Do you have a tail?
I do. I just forgot to draw it, it seems. I'll add it after I add a light source to this thing.
I was like saying, I'm like, huh.
I forget a lot. Mitz made fun of me for it, but I'm like, to Mitz's knowledge, I only forgot twice.
And it will only be to its knowledge that I forgot twice.
Yeah, the other times I forgot were like 2 years ago, and now since Mitz jinxed me, I keep forgetting. It's Mitz's fault. And one time she said I forgot it when I'm like, no, you can't see the tail from this angle. Well, and I'll pull up the image because I added a tail just to spite Mitz, even though you shouldn't be able to see the tail from the angle of the drawing I did. I'm opening it right now on stream. It takes a minute to load. This drawing. See, you should not be able to see a tail on this left character.
Yeah, I'd say probably.
But then
not.
since she said it, and I'm like, I'm angry that she said it, even though you shouldn't be able to see a tail, I added like a sliver of the tail right here. Like, fine, there, a tail. You shouldn't be able to see the tail because she has a really short tail, and she has a cloak in front of her crotch, so you shouldn't be able to see it between her legs. So, whatever.
But
So I added it anyway.
here's your tail.
Kind of like this drawing still. It's so funny. Because I learned how tall this character is. by doing math because I'm a nerd of this show, this niche show, and I'm the biggest fan of this specific character
I don't know
statistically.
what the show is.
It's called Chaotic, but it doesn't matter right now. Anyway, I
Oh,
learned that she.
chaotic?
Yeah,
I
I
think
thought
I've heard that.
I will introduce it to you because I love it.
Isn't that like another card game?
Yeah, card game sucks
Okay.
though. It's
I
like
feel like a
this character. I always imagined her like to be like 5'5", but then I checked and she's like 7'7".
oh my lord.
I'm like, she's still short because for her species, everyone's like 9 to 10 feet. So she's still very short. She's just tall compared to humans.
Oh my god, sweaty. She's short, but
But she's short for her species. Well, and I might pull up the scene because all the episodes are on YouTube because the original creator rebought the entire show. And he plans to bring it back. He planned to bring it back in 2020, but then COVID happened. But this year, when I think late last year, it finally started re-airing reruns in Canada. Only in Canada so far, though. But hey, he's trying to get it to be put on television, like to rerun the old episodes, so that he can get funding for new episodes. And I'm so excited, so fucking hyped. I'd be more hyped, but I'm banned from the Discord server.
what?
That's
Why?
about this show.
Why are you banned from the Discord server?
One of the mods had a tiffy with me.
Oh,
I don't deserve to be banned. The owner of the server agrees that I shouldn't be banned, but she says it's too much of a controversial thing to bring me back. So I'm not. But I do have an alt account in the server for research purposes.
That's funny.
It's too controversial to bring me back. You know what the funny thing is? You know what the straw that got me banned was?
What?
So I was having an argument with an admin in DMs, and he had told me several times, like because I was complaining about something, that it is not against the rules to break a rule outside of the Discord server, aka in DMs or on like Twitter or whatever. And I'm like, fuck you, that's bullshit. And then he banned me for saying fuck you, and I'm like, hey, you said it's not against the rules to break the rules outside of the server. So I shouldn't be banned.
Oh my god, so stupid. That's funny, but that's stupid.
It was one of the things that got me to start my list, and that list is every reason I've been banned for something, or from, like, banned or kicked from something for a stupid reason. And that's what started my list.
There's a list.
I have a list. I do.
Is that the only thing on the list?
No, there's like 13 things. Because I had a few things before that, but I didn't put them on a list until that incident where I'm like, you know, I should start a list.
Oh my god, it's like a 13 reasons why.
Yeah. Okay, I'm pulling up the video of the show on stream. So I want to show the character and how I learned how tall they are.
I'm gonna mute this just for this.
Enjoy my bookmarks up there. Okay, let me just skip, because I know this episode by heart, because it's the only episode this character appears in. I even did an edit of the episode where it's only every frame my favorite character appears in.
Oh, yeah, I know this.
Okay, so this is how I know how tall she is. This scene. Oh, I don't have audio. Tab. On. Audio application. Wait. Add. Because I have a plugin that removes audio inputs, except when I tell it to. What? Hope this isn't loud. I obviously have not done a test with it.
Oh.
Okay, here we go.
That's easy. Kinneon attacks Atropole.
So see, this character's probably 7 or 5'7", and then look how tall this is. when she transforms into it, it's like 2 feet taller, at least. Like, look at that. It's big. Big. I love this show so much.
I guess isn't this where they become the monsters?
Yes, kinda. It's always hard to explain to people because they can only become them in the chaotic battle dromes, which are separate from the world where the monsters exist. They basically have battle simulations as the monsters.
Nobody'd ever seen them before. Now,
Yeah.
some of them are out, and they don't exactly play well with
Then
others.
I become like Blue Eyes White Dragon.
Mhm.
Oh
Yeah.
wait, that was Kaiba's girlfriend.
It was. Look. So
You know,
they...
he technically ripped his girlfriend in half if you really think about it.
He did. Well, that's before she was his girlfriend. And this is we started uploading all the alternate language versions too recently, which is good.
Yeah, I remember this.
Love this show. Such a good show.
Wait, Mitsu called Sofal the Disney princess.
That's funny. And true and based. I've been streaming
You
longer
know,
than I usually do, which is because I'm having fun.
having a good old time.
And there's no one to raid.
Talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! And how
True.
fucked up it is. There are good scenes in it though.
In what?
There are good scenes in it. I kind of wish we got like better duels for certain people. 'Cause I feel like Silvio should have gotten at least a better duel.
Who's that?
The best actors.
Yeah.
All the duels that were kind of there were like, yeah.
Okay, out of the tail. Good. Oh boy.
I don't think we ever got a Crow versus Yusei either.
Erect Crow. And now I can shade because I also have a shading reference. Fuck, I hit shit. There we go.
That's kind of annoying.
What is?
I'm trying to set up my team and they're getting fucking whacked.
What game?
I'm playing Arcades right now.
Ah.
And well, I guess I have to restart since I lost 2 of my fucking people I needed.
Back on that Encanto OST. God, it's so
Why do
good
we
OST.
hate Bruno? We hate Bruno because he told the truth.
People have been asking if the strong girl, her power is that nothing is ever heavy, like literally nothing ever. And we were wondering if she can beat Goku.
What?
The character from Encanto who has the power of like infinite strength. People are like, can she beat Goku?
Oh.
And I was like thinking about it, cause like I'm like,
I
she
feel
won't.
like that argument comes up with every anime ever.
I mean, I find it fun because I'm a power scaler. But people get like a
Oh,
bad stigma with power scalers because they just don't know how power scaling works. But like,
Take it, you know how power scaling works.
yeah, 'cause I'm a power scaler.
Oh,
So like, it's confusing because like at one
so
point,
I guess
oh no,
how strong is Naruto then?
I don't know. I don't do Naruto that much, but he's
Oh,
pretty. He can like blow up the earth at least. Pretty sure. So like, the Encanto girl, her power is confusing because like, and there's a part where people start losing their powers, and she's like upset because she's like, nothing has ever felt heavy before, and I'm like, what? That doesn't make sense because there's parts in the film where she looks like she's already struggling to lift things before she loses her powers. So I'm like, oh, she just had at that point in the movie, I thought she just had super strength, you know, just like normal super strength, but she has like a limit. But apparently, she doesn't have a limit. I'm like, wait, if nothing is heavy, literally nothing is heavy, why would you ever do like proper weightlifting like movements, you know? Like why would you lift with your legs if like nothing is heavy? Because you wouldn't pull a muscle if you lifted with your back. Because nothing's heavy. Like you won't break your back if you like, pick up a piece of paper off the floor using your back instead of your legs. You know?
yeah.
But she like does weightlifting maneuvers when she's like lifting shit. As if she's worried about hurting her back. That confuses me. And she seems to struggle carrying like 90 donkeys at one point, and I'm like, but why? They shouldn't feel heavy to you. It's weird because I'm like, if we're going off of that, yes, nothing is heavy, then maybe she could beat Goku because she's literally magic. But if we're going off like what she does, it's like, I don't know, a bit iffy sometimes. Yeah, she's strange. Her character consistency with her powers. And she beat Goku. I don't say she can't because how power scaling works, at least if you're asking a power scaler. How power scaling works is you take someone's like best feats. Like, One Punch Man, we don't say that he can beat Goku because his best feat is planet level, so we don't know if he can go higher. You know?
Yeah.
It's implied that he's way stronger than that, but we don't know how much, so we only can go out of what we see.
Because I typically go through power scaling sometimes, and when people power scale bleach characters, it's really weird.
Yeah. I think something interesting about power scaling is like moods. Like Krillin or like with the personalities. Like Krillin could asterisk beat everyone in the Naruto universe. But like all at once. Like if he was fighting them all at once, he could with an asterisk beat everyone, but he wouldn't, Because to him, they're street level to Krillin. Because Krillin could fly up into the air and, blow up the entire planet. But he wouldn't do that. But there's
Yeah.
there's characters in Naruto who can just steal your soul if they touch you. And Krillin wouldn't know they would do that, so that he'd just get touched and die. Like he's stronger than them, but he wouldn't beat them because he wouldn't have the knowledge to beat them. He wouldn't have the knowledge that would be like, oh, I should shoot these guys with my super explosion attack. He'd just get his ass beat.
Yeah. And then like
Unless he was fighting Naruto, because I don't think Naruto has any soul stealing bullshit powers. Or if he does, he probably wouldn't use them.
I think it's just like his Baryon mode that like shaves lifespan from people.
That sounds fucking awesome. I don't watch much
'Cause
Naruto, but yeah.
it's like his newest form.
Yeah. I know a bit just from like the shit like that. Like I know the names and what they look like. I just don't know what they do.
Yeah. Or like when you have like other anime that are at least like similar, like Fairy Tale versus like Seven Deadly Sins, since they both work on like a magic skill system.
I stopped watching Naruto when it like started competing with Dragon Ball. Because when they started doing that, they
What do you mean,
immediately
like
started
competing?
making like when they were just like, oh, we gotta be better than Dragon Ball and have the like ultra powerful guys. So Naruto quickly became like a
Oh,
character, like the characters quickly became characters who can just like blow shit up really well. And I was like, oh, I really liked it when everyone was like, when like the most powerful ninja could still be stabbed and die.
yeah.
Like that was my favorite part, and that's like the first like 15 books, were like the first 50 episodes of Naruto, which I've seen and read. Like that's
So
my
I
favorite part.
so I kind of said they ruined Naruto's character a little bit during like the war arc.
Yeah, basically the Chunin arc is like the arc I like. It was
Yeah,
almost
that
written
was.
like a horror manga too at the same time. Because you could just Naruto could just get stabbed and die. The end. He's dead.
I mean, Gaara when he
Yeah, Gara. That was cool.
brutalized Rock Lee.
Yes, those were so good. I do still appreciate Naruto though for its wonderful contributions to the animation industry because it has hands down the best animated fight sequences in existence. Like just period. There is no if, ands, or buts. They have the best. Like, who is it? Like Kakashi versus that like one guy from his childhood. I forget who he is.
Obito.
Yeah, that's like one of the best fight scenes in animated history. And I don't even know
Yeah,
much of the context behind it. I know a bit of it, but it's just well animated. Just period. End of story.
it's like,
Perfect.
I mean, it's basically like Obito was playing Kakashi in a way.
I haven't. I got brushed up on that part of the lore with like when watching someone play the games. So I know a bit, but not all.
Yeah, I watch. I've watched all of Naruto, but I kind of go
Nice.
through the intricacies of Bleach and in depth, which is like the character that's my profile. He has like a very interesting ability where he can like
Apologies.
reverse things. Because if I remember correctly, in like the manga, he basically says he can
Yeah.
reverse the effects of hot and cold.
I need to read more JoJo's because like I need to like I stopped right before the best one, like the best manga.
Every time I get recommended JoJo, I hear people just say like skip half the parts.
Oh, that's bullshit. I know the communities I'm part of. It's like if you skip parts, you'll get shanked. Like the normies will tell you to skip like 1 and 2.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of that. I'm like, that's kind of defeats the purpose of watching an anime if you just skip.
It's because each part's like its own separate show. And they're like almost connect. They're connected vaguely usually. Like I read part 6. Part 6 is funny story about part 6, which is the animated one right now that's like coming out. Is that
Yeah.
like it got hate because it was bad, But then it got too much hate, so then there was like people who wanted to be contrarians to the hate and saying it's the best ever. So now the public opinion is that it's the best when it's the fucking worst thing I've ever read in my life. So, and that's what's being animated right now. So I know people are gonna still me on the train of it's the best anime ever. When the book, the manga, is like it's dog shit.
I
So
mean,
fucking bad. I mean, especially the manga, because the reason I haven't read part 7 yet is because part 6 is it was so bad it made me had to like sit down and not read for like 2 months because it just hurt my
oh,
brain.
that bad.
Yeah. So basically, like when they have to stands, basically they're like they have powers and they're kind of specific.
Yeah.
When all the parts have an ability they have to explain, they either have you learn it by like subtly giving you like good hints to what it does and like showing you what it does, or they explain it, but they explain it very fast and easy. In part 6, the abilities are so complicated, from the bad guys at least, that they have to spend like pages explaining it. When like it would take like two manga panels in like the other parts to explain a power. Like, and this is a manga. Like 5 pages to explain one superpower is way too much. Like there's a
So
character, there's a character. He's my favorite fight only because he's funny, but like they explain his ability. They can't explain his ability because they have to explain a Chinese they have to explain feng shui, which most people know exists. They just don't know what it is. They had to explain feng shui for 2 pages, and then explain how his ability uses feng shui for like 3 more pages in the middle of the
Lord.
fight. It's so painful to read. I had to reread it 6 times because I couldn't understand it.
So I guess my question, does Dio's stand just make him super fast or does he slow down or stop time?
It's like it's time, but like it's kind of like an extension where they're like, oh, you momentarily activate super speed that makes you stop time or something like that. But basically, stop time is how it would be put.
Because some people say just because he's a vampire, he's really fast or something like that.
Oh, well, he was really fast when he turned into a vampire before he had a stand. But no, his stand makes him uh pause time.
I've like only I know JoJo just from all the all the memes and what I
That's
heard, but
fair. That's
I've never
super
actually
fair.
I think I only watched like the first episode,
uh
but I have like so many anime on my list. I'm like, I'll get to it eventually. I think the most recent anime I finished was Demon Slayer, but I was impatient and read the manga, so
based.
I say read the manga, but you can just watch it on YouTube.
Watch the manga.
I mean, like you can just watch the manga. It's on YouTube.
Nice. JoJo is good, but it's bullshit sometimes. A lot of times.
I don't doubt that.
Like the fun part is like watching characters. They get into like impossible situations and they somehow manage to bullshit their way out, but like it's convincing bullshit most of the time
Isn't
at
that like
least.
half the anime though?
Yeah, but they'll get into like real bullshit, like more bullshit than I think the most anime go into. Like what's one? You have to. There's I'm trying to think of a really funny one. Uh, I don't. Okay, this one's not bullshit, but it's super funny because it's badly done in the anime. Because it makes no sense in the anime, but it makes sense in the manga. There's this fight that's like happening from like there's like Jotaro's in this part, but like it's not his series, so he's more of a side character. But he's like the character that's like overpowered compared to the rest of the characters. Like he could beat the final boss if he was just in the same room as him, even once. It's like there's a part where they're like the main characters are fighting the final boss, and the final boss is between him and Jotaro, but like 2 blocks down. And in the anime, you hear he the main character screams in pain, and it cuts to Jotaro, and he just like turns around, and he's like, "That sounded like the main character screaming in pain. That's weird. Must have been the rain." And he just doesn't do anything. And it makes no fucking sense. But it makes more sense in the manga because in the manga, he's it's a thunderstorm. And like they couldn't hear shit because it's a thunderstorm. But in the anime, it's a light drizzle.
Oh.
It's so dumb. Like, oh, that was weird. It sounded like someone screaming in pain over there.
I mean, to be fair, I think it makes it more funnier though.
It's really fucking funny. It's so fucking unintentionally funny. Sounds like someone screaming in pain. I don't know. I think there's one line from part 2 that perfectly describes the JoJo. There's a line where he says, "You may have outsmarted me, but I outsmarted your outsmarting." That's the line. It's perfectly correct. That's how it be. Like there'll be a lot of scenarios where like the main protagonist kind of pretend to be tricked so that they can trick the enemy. But also you don't know they're that they're pretending until like they fucking, win. God, that's such a dumb good anime. There's a
I'm
character.
back.
Huh?
I'm back. Sorry.
Oh. I outsmarted your outsmarting. It's the best line.
Oh,
Yeah, did you
the
hear
whole
that part?
plot of Death Note.
I was saying that line is like it happens during a fight, and it's like it just represents the whole show. It's just characters. He says, "You may have outsmarted me, but I outsmarted your outsmarting."
Yeah, I remember. I've
So,
seen that meme.
he's so fucking good.
Oh my. Some of those are really good though.
Yeah.
I've seen some of the fight scenes in like meme format. I'm like, this is top tier quality.
There's an ability that like and the reason why people are confused about it is because we had people originally learned it from a fan translation that was shit, and then the anime that most people watched after that didn't explain it well. The character who can delete time. That's how it's explained.
Isn't that Golden Wind?
Yeah, that's in Golden Wind.
Okay.
I know how it works now and I can explain it. It's just so funny that they just fail to explain it so hard that the most Googled JoJo question is how does his ability work? How do you how? So fucking dumb.
There's a thing that needs snapped in here.
Do you know a controversy that started back up, which I think is gonna be funny? JoJo community. If you're still here, I heard something happen. Where did the here we go.
Okay, I'm back again.
Open.
Oh my lord.
What?
Wild night so far.
Oh shoot, I forgot what I was gonna say.
I think we're talking about like Golden Wind's
Yeah.
deletion of time ability.
Shitty time ability.
Does it just
Oh.
delete time
Oh
or
yeah, I remember what I was going to talk about, but I will say the time thing. Delete time is such an unhelpful explanation, but that's what they give. So basically, he has two powers. Number one, he can see 10 seconds into the future, which is fate is a thing that exists in JoJo. So fate is like a so that's how time like there's a few future seeing abilities because fate does exist, and
yeah.
so basically he sees the flow of fate, and then his delete time ability is he takes the next 10 seconds and he makes himself immune to fate basically, and during that time everything that was predetermined to happen will happen except whatever he does, and for everyone else those 10 seconds you immediately forget what happened in those 10 seconds except for him, so it deletes their memory of that time, but also anything he would have been fated to do happens kind of. Basically, uh, there's two examples. One time he gets shot at.
Okay. This is complicated. I thought that
It's not as complicated once you understand. Like he gets shot at, then he uses his ability to make himself immune to time, so the bullets just pass through him instead of hurting him. So that's how he becomes immune to things. He can't like alter things while during those 10 seconds. But two times in fact, he sees a future where he punches someone basically. So basically, like let's say he sees a future where he punches someone, but he gets stabbed. If he uses his ability, they still get punched despite him not punching them because they were fated to get punched. But he doesn't get stabbed because he's immune to it.
Oh,
Basically, that's how it works.
that's interesting. I thought it was kind of like Orihime's ability, but it's not.
Yeah,
Because she just rejects, like,
reject
the
time.
concept. Like, her ability basically, like, one of the characters gets their arm cut off and burned.
Yeah,
But she basically rejects it ever happened. So he gets his arm back.
huh? Strange.
Ver- It's like, I thought it was. It's somewhat similar, though. But
Yeah,
it's like one of those. It's a broken ability, but you
yeah.
know.
He's the main enemy, so that's why it's broken. Every bad guy has a time-based ability because they're OP. Or every main
I-
villain, I mean. It's so
Yeah,
funny.
I could see why.
There's time stop ability. There's a guy who can set back time 1 hour, and then there's a guy who can he sets back time 1 hour. But if someone dies in that time, like so, let's say in this hour, because he puts them in like a loop. So it's like in this hour loop, if you get like stabbed at like hour 7 or like 30 minutes in, but then I stop you from getting stabbed in the next time loop, you still get stabbed.
Oh, is that the guy with like the purple suit thing?
Yes, that's him. Bites the
And like
dust.
his JoJo stand is like gold.
It's not gold. Oh,
Is that
that's
not gold?
Giorno. That's the main character of Part 5. There's a different guy with a purple suit.
Oh.
Then there's guy who undoes. Then there's time delete guy. Then after that, which is the current series being animated, his power is to event. He doesn't have his power yet. He learns that near the end, but he's able to speed up time to the point he can make the universe implode or something.
Okay.
It's I was gonna say about that villain. There's a controversy that's reemerged in the JoJo fandom because Part 6 is animated. There's a character who was not black, but then in the colored version of the manga, which is done by someone other than the writer, they made him black, and now everyone thinks he's black. But there's like a part in the storyline where he can't be black, or else it doesn't make sense. Like he has to be white, basically.
That's
And he is
I,
black in the animated series now, so I
I'm
can't
gonna
wait
go
until
check.
that arc happens in the animated series because it's gonna make no sense.
Wait, why can't he be black?
I was glad you asked because I love explaining this arc. It's so funny. So
What?
basically, bad guy. He's looking for his brother, his lost brother, because his brother has a power and he's the guy who has the power to take people's powers. So he wants to take his brother's
Oh.
power, so he needs to find him. So he goes to a guy, a private investigator, and he's like, "Hey, find my brother. Here's info. I need to find him so I, can do evil shit." So when the private investigator finds him, he finds the brother and that brother's adopted parents. The adopted parents are black. Plot twist: this private investigator is part of the KKK. And he's like,
Lord.
and he doesn't know that these are adopted parents. So he's like, wait, the guy who hired me is black? I'm gonna shoot him. Then he goes to go shoot the villain, and then the villain beats him. So you see how that doesn't make sense? Because if the villain's black, the KKK guy would have saw that he's black with his eyes. he wouldn't need
Oh.
he wouldn't need confirmation of parenthood. He has eyes. And they are shown meeting physically, so it's not like a phone call.
Okay, I got lost for a second, then I'm like, okay, no, I understand what's going
Yeah,
on here.
yeah. It's like he has eyes, so he would know he's black.
Maybe he just forgot for a second. He was like, wait
Just
a minute.
forgot. Like, wait a minute.
He's like, wait, aren't I a part of the KKK?
So I can't wait till that part appears in the animated series because it's gonna be so funny. Because they're either gonna have to censor the KKK part completely, or they're gonna have the part where he just forgets someone's black. Just
I don't know if
forgets.
that's. I don't know what's worse, but
It's gonna be so fucking funny. I cannot wait, dude. It's gonna be... And I hate part 6, where and that's gonna be so funny.
isn't that with like Jocelyn, Joestar,
Jolene, yeah.
Joling?
Yeah.
Close.
People mostly in like part 6. Like when I ask people what they like about part 6, it's usually just lesbians are cool. I'm like, okay. That's usually the only compliment I see about part 6. So yeah, the lesbians are cool and they're hot. Like, oh well, if that's your only reason, I guess.
I mean, I guess if that works, then
Guess that's an
okay.
okay reason. Your reasoning is accepted within the council. JoJo moment. Hey, I think I finished my art.
Looks good.
Sign it and whatnot. Oh, my stabilization's all the way up. And put my watermark on. And save it. There we go. Oh my god. So, there's actually 2 arcs I'm waiting for it to appear in the part 6 manga. Or part 6 animated series. Because there's a part that involves Disney in the manga. And oh boy. There's a theory of what's gonna happen. So basically it's this villain. And his power is to bring like cartoon characters to life. And the main cast is attacked by Mickey Mouse and a bunch of other Disney characters while in Florida on their way to like Disneyland.
Wait, is this even allowed?
So there's a theory. It's like technically it would be allowed to mention and show the characters in like their mutated form. Legally, technically. But that's a risk still. But there's a theory. The people who own the animated JoJo own Looney Tunes. There's a theory that they're gonna replace Disney with Looney Tunes. And I'm like, oh my god, I want that theory to be true. I want to see Jolene punch the shit out of Daffy Duck. So bad. That would be awesome.
Daffy Duck in specific.
Well, it would probably be Bugs Bunny, but Daffy Duck too. Because there's a line in the manga where a character's like he's the first one to notice the ability. Because like what it does is like when it takes a character from something, it like removes it from all physical forms. Like he's reading like a Disneyland like paper, and like he noticed that there's just a silhouette of Mickey missing, and he goes, "Where's Mickey Mouse? This shit ain't Disney if there's no Mickey Mouse." Like that's what he says in the manga. It's so fucking funny. And like everyone else just thinks he's crazy because he's like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" It's so good. That's like my favorite part. I also can't wait for that to be animated. Cause oh my god, that's gonna be so fucking great. This shit ain't Disney. Oh, hi, Great Double. I'm doing good. I just finished up drawing. I was thinking of rating someone now. I gotta think of who. Why isn't Mitz online yet? Where's Mitz and her
And
work? How long does she work?
I know that's why I'm saying I'll probably have to go to bed soon anyways.
Yeah. Looking for someone to raid. Only 2 people I follow are up right now, but I feel like raiding an artist. So let me look for art channels. Look for artistes that are on. I'll swap to my chatting screen. Oh shoot, hold on. I don't have Discord images on this. Where is it? There it is. Should have the yeah, that has audio in it too. Good. Let's see who else is on. Oh my god, is that person? Oh my god, that's beautiful. Who's this person drawing? Please don't give me an ad, I swear to god.
And before ad,
They're drawing like a from the thumbnail. They're drawing like an Arcanine, but they're also an Arcanine. Like a female, like an Anthro Arcanine, because furry. Dang it, ad. Okay, I'm gonna look for more. I'm not gonna raid them anyway because they have like a billion viewers, and you raid people around your level. But I just want to see what they're drawing. Okay, what is
because furry is what she said.
Yeah, because I'm.
I'm just saying, it's just like the funniest reason. It's an anthro, because furry. It's like.
Yeah. This person's thing is just called art moment. Looking good. Man, how do some people get away with some avatars? I don't even know. That character's literally just in a bra. Nothing else.
Oh.
How do you get away? Dang it, it's so late that everyone's speaking Chinese. I won't be able to understand shit. A New Zealander. That's English. Wait, yes! I see the person's. You know, I'm gonna raid them anyway. They just started and they have fucking beautiful art. And they're the only one that speaks English right now. Type in the raid. And that's the raid message.
Who looked up on that?
Yeah.